We're starting promptly at 4:30 today. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with the State of California Executive Order N-29-20, dated March 17th, 2020. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com. on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube and on Comcast channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period for the item by signing up at mountainview.gov/cc_speakers or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128. and entering webinar ID 923-7723-4938. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were forwarded to the City Council. Emails received after 4:30 p.m. will not be read during the meeting, but will be entered into the record for the meeting. All votes will be taken by roll call vote. Tonight, Spanish interpretation will be provided for agenda item 3.1. Google Middlefield Park Master Plan. For this study session, Spanish interpretation services will be available. Please follow the prompts on your Zoom screen for interpretation and select the Spanish language. I will now ask Ms. Garcia to address the public and provide instructions.
Buenas noches a todos. Se les va a dejar saber que va a haber interpretación en español en el artículo 3.1 esta noche, que viene siendo el plan maestro de Google Middlefield. Por favor, sigan las instrucciones en pantalla si es que ocupan interpretación en español.
Great, thank you so much. So now we'll move on to item 2, which is roll call.
Councilmember Abekoga.
Here.
Councilmember Hicks.
Here.
Councilmember Lieber.
Here.
Councilmember Matichak.
Here.
Councilmember Showalter.
Here.
Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Here.
Mayor Kamei.
Great, here, thank you. We'll move on to item 3, which is our study sessions. Do any council members wish to make any disclosures such as contacts with the applicant or site visits? Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I will disclose that I spoke with the applicant.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
I met with the applicant virtually, and I've also been by the area on my own. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you. I had an opportunity to meet with the applicant twice, once with community members present, former council member Lenny Siegel, as well as neighborhood resident Rebecca Cohn. And the second time was without community present.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I had an opportunity to meet with with Google as well, and I also heard quite a few presentations at some community organizations that I'm part of.
Thank you. Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank you. I met with the applicant as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Hicks.
Yes, and I met with the applicant and visited the site on my own as well.
Great, thank you. So thank you all, and I'll also disclose that I met with the applicant a few times, as well as community members, and visited the site this morning on my run. So just wanted to frame the context of this discussion a little bit. Study sessions are public meetings which the council meets from time to time for a detailed review of important matters. No formal action is taken by the council during study sessions. However, council members may express opinions on the agenda item under discussion and provide direction to staff for further investigation or development of the item. So we'll begin with a staff presentation from our Deputy Zoning Administrator, Lindsay Hagan, our Planning Manager, Zoning Administrator, Stephanie Williams, our Assistant Community Development Director and Community Development Assistant City Manager, Archie Shrivastava. Great. And I see them all here. I'll let Ms. Hagan take it away.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Committee, and Council members. Let me just quickly bring up my presentation here. So good evening, Mayor, Committee, and Council members. I'm Lindsay Hagan, the Deputy Zoning Administrator in the Community Development Department, and I'm here tonight with Stephanie Williams and RT Shrivastava. Tonight's presentation is to get early input from the Council on major components of the proposed Middlefield Park Master Plan. So in this presentation, staff will be focusing on the questions raised for Council input and include feedback heard from EPC at the February 3rd study session. Google LLC submitted the Middlefield Park Master Plan, which is located on the eastern edge of the city, adjacent to the city of Sunnyvale. The 40-acre master plan is currently comprised of 14 existing office and light industrial properties and is immediately adjacent to the Middlefield VTA Light Rail Station. The master plan is located in the East Wisman Precise Plan area and is generally consistent with the Precise Plan standards and requirements, as well as the existing general plan land use designations. The proposed master plan includes a range of high-density residential units from 1,675 to 1,900 units across 6 residential locations labeled R1 through R6 on your screen, where Google's proposing to accommodate 20% of those as affordable units. 50,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space comprised of a mix of retail, restaurant, service, and community spaces. And these are all located in the ground floor of the residential locations R1 through R5. Approximately 10.5 acres of public parks and open spaces are proposed, as well as a range of office development of 1.2 to 1.3 million square feet, shown as O1 through O5 on your screen, where approximately 50% of that square footage is net new. There are 2 parking structures, P1 and P2, proposed to serve as district parking for all office users in the master plan, as well as parking structures are proposed to be located in all of the residential locations to serve residential and commercial users. There are also new private service streets and new on and off street pedestrian and bike improvements proposed, as well as a private district utility system to serve the utility services for all of the buildings within the master plan area. So diving directly into the discussion topics, starting with housing. Google's proposing to comply with the job housing linkage program that's outlined in the Precise Plan. Additionally, the master plan is subject to the city's below market rate program. And Google's proposing to meet the city's affordable housing requirements with 2 components. One is providing a housing impact fee for all of the net new office development in the master plan area, which equates to roughly $16 to $18 million. And then in lieu of providing on-site affordable units for the residential portion of the master plan, Google's proposing a BMR alternative mitigation plan to dedicate 2 parcels of up to 2.4 acres of land to the city, shown here as locations R4A and R6 on the screen, to allow the city to partner with affordable housing developers to construct affordable housing. City staff finds this alternative mitigation is worth considering based on the greater opportunities for funding and city land ownership in the long term. When presented to EPC, commissioners noted their preference for inclusionary units, but supported considering the BMR alternative mitigation plan if it results in more affordable units delivered with market rate units. To help council consider the benefits and limitations, staff included a table as attachment 5 to the staff report. So really the first question tonight is, does council support the BMR alternative mitigation plan for land dedication as part of the master plan's affordable housing obligation? Looking at another major component of the master plan is the open space network. Google has 6 distinct open space locations within the plan area, 5 of which are proposed to be dedicated to the city as parkland, shown in dark green. Ellis Park is a proposed privately owned, publicly accessible open space, also referred to as a POPA open space for short, which is shown here in light green. This is a new parkland credit under consideration by the City Council later tonight on the agenda. Overall, city staff is supportive of the open space network and has identified sort of 3 main areas for further consideration. One is to continue working with Google on the design and layout of Ellis Park and the Hetch Hetchy Linear Park. recommend the P2 pathway to be a public access easement and not dedicated land, and that there are various infrastructure needs to balance with this master plan and the East Wisdom Precise Plan, including future recycled water storage needs and private utility lines for the central utility district proposed by Google. The EPC supported staff's considerations and the overall open space network. They also provided some additional feedback that was summarized in the staff report. So really the second question tonight is, does council support staff's and EPC's considerations on the proposed master plan open space network, or have any additional feedback? As a requirement of the Precise Plan, any bonus FAR for residential and commercial development requires community benefits. Google has proposed a package of benefits that combines providing built community spaces at subsidized rents, which they value at $8.5 million, programmatic support for small businesses, which they value at $10 million, and a monetary contribution of $500,000 to the city for COVID-19 relief. So a total package of $19 million. This exceeds the required community benefit value of approximately $15.5 to $17.5 million based on the range of bonus FAR proposed. This package focuses on supporting small businesses and small business development, which is the desired community benefit identified in the East Wisdom Precise Plan. EPC supported Google's focus on small businesses, but requested some more clarification around the program components, timing, delivery, value assumptions, and implementation. So the third question is, does council support the proposed community benefits or have any additional input? Since the master plan is a higher level plan for development, if adopted, there will be subsequent site-specific development permits submitted for planning review prior to submission of building permits. Based on the scale of development anticipated in the master plan, the standard review process shown on the left-hand side of the screen would require each development permit to be reviewed by the Development Review Committee, or DRC, would go to an administrative zoning or ZA public hearing and conclude at a city council public hearing. As the Precise Plan identifies, the city council can consider a streamlining option for future development permits when reviewing a master plan. The Precise Plan's streamlining option outlines future development permits would be reviewed by the DRC and then conclude at a ZA public hearing. Google is proposing a variation to the streamlining option to allow future development permits consistent with the master plan to be approved administratively by the ZA without a public hearing. A public hearing would only be required if the development permit requested some kind of deviation from the master plan. This approach would require a Precise Plan amendment to grant the ZA authority to approve a development permit administratively. Staff and the EPC support the Precise Plan streamlining option to allow for faster implementation of development while also providing public input process with DRC and ZA public meetings. So the fourth question tonight is, does council support the streamlined review process in the Precise Plan or Google's alternative review process? And last discussion topic is the development agreement. Google's requesting a 20-year DA to accommodate the build out of their master plan and their commitment of funding fees and improvements. To enter into a DA agreement, the city requires the applicant to provide public benefits beyond any requirements of the development project, including community benefits. So with the DA, the city would be locking in about a third of the office square footage that's been allocated in the East Wisdom Precise Plan. In exchange, Google's proposing public benefits, including public art in the proposed POPA open space at Ellis Park, valued at $1.5 million, and provide $9.5 million in monetary contribution towards the parkland improvements in Mod Park. So the total being $11 million. The public benefits identified by Google are consistent with those types of improvements desired as community benefits in the East Wisdom Precise Plan. Staff feels consideration of a 15-year DA term is appropriate to allow for a timelier build out of the master plan. Of course, any feedback we hear tonight from council, staff will work with Google in drafting a DA. EPC also supported a shorter timeline of 15 years. So the last question is, does council agree that a 15-year DA term would be considered, should be considered, or have feedback on the proposed public benefits? So to conclude, with all of the input received to date, Google and city staff will continue to further refine the master plan. Some key next steps include going to DRC for review, tentatively scheduled for next month, begin the environmental review process per CEQA, and continue with community outreach. And just a quick plug for anyone interested in getting more information on the project or would like to receive email notifications of upcoming meetings, please visit our city's project webpage listed on the screen. That concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions. Google does have a presentation to share with City Council, and Michael Timoff is the presenter. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Hagan. Maybe if we'll stop our screen share and we can turn it over to Mr. Timoff to see if he has a presentation to share. And then I'd ask Mr. Timoff if you have other members of your team who are here, if you could also introduce them as well for the public. Thank you.
Great, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Michael Timoff. I'm Google's District Development Director for Mountain View, and I am joined tonight by a number of members from our development team, both with Google and with Lend-Lease. From Google, we have Nikki Lowy, Jeff Hosea, Gerald Posky. From Lend-Lease, we've got Andrew Chappell. I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to Google. Javier Gonzalez as well is with us. And then from Lend-Lease, Andrew Chappell, Trevin Robinson, got Brooke Ray with us. I'm just going to open up my list here, and I apologize. There we go. I'm going to read this complete list so that we are inclusive and exhaustive. All right, back to Google. We've got Drew Wenzel, Emily Murray with Alan Matkins, legal counsel to Google. Brian Griggs, development consultant to Google. As I mentioned, Javier Gonzalez, Jeff Hosea, Gerald Posky, Josh Mello, Michelle McDermott, inside legal counsel to Google, Nikki Lowy. And then from Lend-Lease, Trevin Robinson, Martin Wiggins, Faith Kirkpatrick, Brooke Ray Smith, Andrew Chappell, Ariana O'Connell, Francisco Martin, Nadia Levy. All right. So we're all here and happy to answer questions as we go through the evening. But first, just wanted to thank Lindsay. She did a great job providing an overview of our Middlefield Park Master Plan, and wanted to thank Council, the Environmental Planning Commission, and staff for all of the partnership and input that you provided into the future of East Westman over the past several years. And really wanted to spend the balance of our time tonight focusing in on the 5 questions that are before you. And so with that, if I can share my screen. I'll just jump right into it. Can you all see my screen?
No, not yet.
I have to do something on my end.
Great,
Okay.
we see it now.
Apologies for the technical difficulties. Okay. The city's precise plan recognizes the unique opportunity that redeveloping East Westman represents, and Google and Lend-Lease want to help the city achieve its vision of creating a new neighborhood with high-quality open spaces, vibrant local serving businesses, and housing for all incomes and stages of life. We're confident that the plan we put before you, our Housing Forward Master Plan for Middlefield Park, incorporates all of these goals, and tonight's study session is the first step in the approvals process towards this transformation. We will start by making significant upfront investments to redevelop the 40 acres of land that we own here, investments that will support the entire precise plan area and surrounding neighborhoods. This is a large undertaking. It will require hundreds of millions of dollars to prepare the land for development. And this is not raw land. This is land that Google owns and where office buildings sit today. These buildings need to be torn down to make way for new housing. These investments will help establish a thriving new community with its own neighborhood identity and create equitable outcomes, jobs, and housing for those most in need. Turning to the questions before you tonight, I will start with our affordable housing strategy, then focus on parks and open space, our community benefit package, and conclude with how we can implement this vision together. Our affordable housing proposal offers the city the opportunity to maximize the amount of affordable housing, to make it deeply affordable while increasing the certainty that it gets built and maintaining overall project feasibility. Our proposal will allow 380 affordable homes, 20% of the total 1,900 homes planned. This exceeds the city's 15% inclusionary requirement by 95 homes. Land dedication also allows the city to control these units in perpetuity and to decide on the unit mix while targeting deeper levels of affordability. These homes can be delivered even sooner as they aren't tied to the economic cycles that can slow market rate housing during economic downturns. Our proposal allows us to make the significant investments that master plans require. It also allows us to integrate these parcels within the overall development. This slide shows a few affordable housing projects that have been recently delivered in Mountain View, allowing again the city to target the income levels. It also shows a number of the supportive services that are available through standalone affordable housing projects that otherwise would not be available through inclusionary housing. Creating new parks to serve the East Wistman neighborhood. The surrounding neighborhood today of East Wistman is served by just over or just under 16 acres of parks. We will be adding 12 acres of parks as part of our proposal, nearly doubling what is there today. Over the past several months, we've listened in community meetings, and we've heard a lot of great ideas for what these parks can provide. Seen here in Ellis Plaza, the 3-acre publicly accessible, privately owned open space that Lindsay referenced. We're layering many of those ideas together to provide a rich combination of active recreation and passive recreation. We will build Ellis Plaza as part of the first phase of the project at no cost to the city. And at Mud Park, we will be dedicating 6 acres of land to allow the city to build Mud Park, as well as a $9.5 million cash contribution as part of our community benefit package for the city to fund above and beyond park amenities such as nature play, an aquatic center, or sports complex. How do we support a new neighborhood? How do we help grow small businesses and reinvest in the local economy so that Middlefield Park evolves over time? We start by offering a community benefit package that exceeds the minimum requirements of the precise plan. Small businesses and community space are at the heart of the neighborhood. Living near work and being able to walk to the shops means less time in the car and more time in the park with family and friends. These investments will help provide stability and resilience for the local economy now into the future. Our plan provides space and funding for retail and neighborhood uses such as a grocery market, coffee shops, makerspace, locally owned small businesses, community organizations, and nonprofits. These needs are essential, and we look forward to collaborating with the city to decide how to anchor these spaces. So where do we begin? And how do we ensure that these initial investments create sustainable value? It is through a development agreement that we can both secure our early investments and vest our development rights, while assuring the city and the community that we will fulfill our obligations. We're requesting an initial term of 15 years to the development agreement, plus an additional 5 years that will provide the certainty we need to build this project. This diagram shows the expected market cycles that a project of this scale may experience and the heavy lift required early on that is only recovered in later phases. We We hope to build out the project sooner than on the timeline set forth on the prior slide, and the city can help by expediting design review and permitting along the way. It will take time to deliver the 1,900 residential units, and these time savings will result in more homes being delivered faster. We could do all of this while still encouraging participation in the design review process through proactive public engagement. In closing, we have proposed a project that not only complies with the precise plan requirements, but one that goes above and beyond to exceed those requirements, and importantly, is a project that can be delivered. We are proposing to deliver 40% of the 5,000 homes envisioned for East Wistman. 380 of those homes would be affordable, helping the city to achieve its goal of 20% affordable housing. We comply with the Jobs Housing Linkage Program and do so entirely within our master plan area without the need to partner with other landowners. We're setting aside 12 acres of Google-owned land for parks and open space. Nearly 9 of these acres will be dedicated to the city for public parks, and we will build the other 3 acres at no cost to the city in the first phase of the project. And finally, our $30 million community benefit package exceeds the precise plan requirements by $11 million. We look forward to continuing to build on the momentum we have already created towards building much needed housing for Mountain View. As I mentioned earlier, I'm joined by several members of our development team who are here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Timoff. So we'll just bring it back to council for any questions that they may have, and then we'll go to public comment. Then we'll bring it back to answer the 5 questions that staff provided for us for input. And I'll also, at that time, I'll be asking council members to provide their feedback on all 5 of the questions at once. And then if there's any other ideas that you have, I'll be sure to take note of those as well. And then we can discuss if a council majority is interested in those. So first we'll start with questions. So Councilmember Showalter, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you. There's been a lot of talk of the phases of this project, and I know in some of the organizational presentations I've seen that described, but we didn't hear it today. Could either the city staff or Google go over quickly what those phases are? I think that's really important in understanding the request for the 15-year development agreement.
Sure. So city staff. So I have a slide I can show if that helps, since there's a graphic associated with it. So let me.
I see heads nodding, so please feel free, Ms. Hagan, to pull up the slide.
All right. Alrighty, so essentially there are 4 phases that Google has initially laid out to build out their master plan. So they're color coded here. Essentially there's phase 1, which starts with residential construction R1 and R2. As part of this phasing, these are proposed to be market rate units. And so Google's proposing to provide the land for R6 as part of the affordable housing obligation. Moving on to phase 2, ultimately this phase is concentrated on 2 office buildings located O1 and O2. And then phase 3 is the remainder of the residential development, R3 through R5. And in this case, R4, a portion of R4 would be provided as land to the city in compliance with the BMR. And then the last phase is proposed to be the remainder of office and parking structures that are proposed as part of the master plan. So a couple other things to highlight about this phasing is that by leading with residential construction first, it allows the master plan to remain in compliance with the job housing balance and linkage. And in terms of the parkland obligations, essentially Google would be proposing to build out the public open spaces that are, or parklands, provide the parklands that are part of each phase of the development. Essentially, it breaks out to where phase 1 would have about 25% of the overall open space would be provided. And then by the time phase 3 happens, with the remainder of residential is when the remainder of the open space would be provided. So that's a brief summary.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you have other questions, Councilmember Showalter?
No, that's it.
Okay, Councilmember Abekoga?
Thank you. I asked these questions in writing, but was hoping to get a little bit more detail on some of the questions I asked. The first one being the affordable housing piece and the alternate mitigation with the land dedication. I think I did my math calculation pretty well. And with the 2.4 acres and the number of units to get to the 20%, it was something like close to 140 units an acre, which seems high. I had asked if we had done anything that dense, and we have not. I think the closest was 110, but I was wondering, yes, in terms of like parameters, and maybe this is what staff will need to do the deeper dive in, but are we also looking at equitable or proportionate unit sizes or the number of bedrooms, studio versus 1 versus 2, with the market rate development unit count? Does that make sense?
Councilmember, I'll try to respond to that question. You're right. We haven't done the deeper dive that we need to do.
Okay.
And we'll probably work with Google to sort of model, units on the sites to get a better idea of how they will lay out at the densities you mentioned and what kind of unit types will be allowed. So yes, that detail will be coming later.
So I guess I'm trying to sort of project, project out. And I know unit count is important, but of course design and heights and whatnot are important too. And I don't want to just assume we're going to go allow the highest, buildings for these affordable units just to get as many units as we can. So will you be taking into account those other factors? Which may not lower or change the unit count as from the assumption today. And then I guess the question would be, how would that be mitigated? Would it be an impact fee, or would we be able to require inclusionary units in the market rate developments?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Lindsay.
So there's, I think, a couple parts to your question. So first off, the BMR alternative mitigation plan is just as the title suggests, it's an alternative that an applicant can propose from our standard process. So should the applicant not be able to prove that they're providing sort of greater affordable opportunities with this offsite land dedication, then the default would be the standard city's, inclusionary BMR requirements.
Which is the 15% inclusionary.
Right. And the other piece, I think, of what you're mentioning is sort of as part of the overall analysis that staff will do in vetting the alternate mitigation plan, we are looking at, different ways that could be valued, whether it's more affordable units, whether it's deeper affordability, which often means fewer units.
Yes.
Or
higher.
We also could look at larger units, where you get fewer units oftentimes.
Right.
So yeah, that's part of what can be evaluated.
Okay, so it's not just necessarily going to be about the number of units that you can fit on the land.
Correct.
I think we'll start with that and then figure out the different configurations, right? Which is what do the standards allow?
Mm-hmm.
And then ultimately, I think as these projects come forward, the council will get a chance to shape them in terms of affordability, in terms of how many bedrooms we need.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll try to model this so that you have some sense of what can be done as part of this master plan.
Okay, great. Thank you. The other question was regarding the development agreement, the DA. I asked for clarification as the applicant had mentioned 15 years plus a 5-year extension, and staff report says 20. I know the total comes out to 20, but I guess I have a recollection of doing a DA. I think it was probably one of our first ones where we didn't like extensions after so many years. So I was hoping you could maybe elaborate more on the difference and like what could happen. Like, could we do a 15-year plus extension, and what would that mean at the 15-year mark? Like, what to get that 5-year extension?
I think that a lot of that depends on the comments we hear from the council, and we can structure a DA that actually has some performance requirements, right, in order to be able to get that 5-year extension. So, for example, you might want to see phase 1 completed and a certain movement on phase 2 or an open space before that 5-year extension can be granted. So really, we're hoping to hear comments from the council to be able to go back and get sort of negotiate the terms with the developer. You know, we call that cliff vesting. We don't have all the details right now, but there are many DAs that are long-term that require performance in order to keep it going. So.
Great, thank you. And then the final question about parking. I know they're asking for a lower parking ratio. I know you still have to do the parking study. It looks like there might be opportunities for shared parking in this project. Will that be considered?
Yeah, so Google is proposing shared parking, particularly with the ground floor commercial and residential developments. So they will have shared parking in those residential buildings for both the commercial and residential users. Additionally, staff is also looking at if there's any opportunities with the office parking for additional shared opportunities for parking.
Okay, great. I'm sorry, I remembered one more question about parks. It was regarding the park fees. If we have enough, or we anticipate enough park in lieu fees to be able to build, is it Mod Park, I believe? And it sounds like it's questionable. And this will be, I actually may need to ask the applicant this question, but in the package, there's a offering of, I think is it $9 million or so for park, I don't, you might want to call it, maybe they call it improvements, but should we need that funding to actually build out Mod Park, is that flexible? Can we do that?
So in terms of just sort of city requirements, Google's proposal for their open space network, their objective is really to meet the obligation of the parkland requirements through land dedication. So in this case, Mod Park is part of that land dedication proposal. So any money that they would provide would be sort of above and beyond our parkland requirements. So it could go towards the build out of parkland, and it wouldn't count towards their parkland obligations. So it's an above and beyond sort of $9.5 million that they're proposing for the build out of Mod Park as they outlined in their presentation.
Maybe I could ask the Mr. Timehoff, when we discussed this, I think it was described to me as the city would build the park out, and then the $9.5 million would be to, make the park extra special, additional amenities. So, but in light of the response I received about park in lieu fees and whether we would have enough to actually build Mod Park out in the first place, could we use the funds? Should this package move forward to actually build Mod Park out is the question.
And I think,
thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Lindsay.
No, sorry, I didn't. Feel free to go.
Sure. So this is an important topic for us and for the city to talk through. If you look to the balance of the projects that will be brought before you for approvals, including some of the projects that have already been approved in East Wistman, There's around $50 million in park fees that the city will collect that could be put towards the baseline park improvements in Maud Park. The $9.5 million in our community benefit package is meant to augment that baseline park programming budget. We put forward a series of terms for consideration to staff that we will want some assurances that the city is able to fund the baseline park improvements. And for purposes of discussion, we've assumed $4 million an acre that would be available. And then on top of that, the $9.5 million would be for additional park amenities. So short answer is that money is not meant to fund baseline park improvements.
Okay, yes, that's what I thought was, or that's how I think I thought, that's what I was thinking. You had explained it that in that way, Mr. Timehoff. And I guess my question had to do with just the availability of these park in lieu fees, because we, the other developments, we're not sure when they're going to be developed, and if there's a delay and we do not have sufficient funds to build out Maud Park, could we augment actually building the build out? Without a park, we can't do anything extra, right? So can we actually build the park with the funds that you're offering? Was my, and maybe that just needs to be worked out further. But it sounds like, yeah, there's some question about whether there'll be sufficient funds, park in lieu fee funds. So I'll just leave it there. I don't need an answer now. It might be something we just need to work out a little further. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Abe-Koga. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. A few questions. I'd like to follow up on the topic Councilmember Abe-Koga just raised. And how do you differentiate between baseline park build out versus something above and beyond that?
So the concept that we, again, Michael Timehoff here, the concept that we put forward to staff is that we would agree upon a baseline parks improvement budget, looking at a survey of benchmarked projects that have been recently delivered by the city. So public projects looking at their budgets to establish a baseline. From there, the $9.5 million would sit on top of that. So I think through the city's design process, the design would need to be tailored in such a way that it fit within that cost envelope. Ultimately, the city's discretion, if $4 million is the right number, that's based on our review of recent projects, but the city could determine that that's not the right number. It wants to spend more or slightly less. But it would be important to us to know going in what the city's intended budget is and what the scope of those improvements are.
Okay.
And I think, back to the question was just asked by Councilmember Abe-Koga. If those funds are not available, this $9.5 million, I think, would need to just sit and wait for those funds to be made available. Obviously, it's, I think, in everybody's best interest, the project and the city, for Maud Park to be built in line with the residential. There is time, right? We do have time on our side. Maud Park is intended, or in the residential around it, intended to come online in phase 3. So there is some time before those improvements need to be made.
Okay. The office buildings that are part of phase 1, they don't have underground parking, right? Or surface parking lots?
There is a podium proposed under 01. All of the other ones are proposed to be parked in the district parking.
Okay. And pathway P2. What's the difference between that pathway and, say, a sidewalk and landscape in front of that building?
So in terms of dimensions, it would be sort of similar to other pathways we see in the city in terms of 20-foot width, to have some landscaping, trees, and a pathway. One clarification I do want to make about P2, because I think there may have been some confusion, at least that I saw in public comments. So the P2 pathway is an additional pathway connection that Google's proposing. It's not a pathway identified in the precise plan. The one that's identified in the precise plan is up further north, above the P1 garage, in line with the linear park. So I do want to just make that quick distinction as well.
Yes, so what would be the use for this one besides accessing the building?
Google's proposed it as part of providing additional access sort of into Sunnyvale and having that connectivity, as well as a method to allow for sort of expansion of landscaped area connecting kind of the golf course open space for wildlife to kind of connect through into Mod Park as part of just sort of I guess I'll call it an urbanized wildlife corridor.
So is there a path through the golf course? Or isn't there a fence there?
Yeah, so
is that fence being removed and you can walk through the golf course?
So ultimately, for that connection to happen to go into the golf course, the city of Sunnyvale would have to approve that connection to happen. And so city staff has, shared the proposal with the city of Sunnyvale, and we plan to have further conversations with it. But as of right now, there is not currently a path that connects that location with the Sunnyvale golf course.
Okay, thanks. That's it.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Several confirmations I'd like to make so that the community has an understanding of things. For staff, how much money would we need to put into Mod Park to unlock the funds that Google is proposing to put into it? They said that they want, if my understanding is correct, their contribution should go to making it above and beyond and over the top and bombastic. But how much do we have to put in to get that type of a community benefit to be released?
So as I think Michael Timoff previously stated, their initial request is essentially assuming a $4 million per acre value in terms of the cost for building out that park. However, I will say, at this point in time, we don't know the details of the park, so it's really hard for staff to give a concrete number. We're just sort of, 4 million is approximately what it kind of averages out when we look at past park development.
Okay. And are there other parks elsewhere in the city that have that kind of embellishment?
When you say embellishment, you mean above
and beyond?
I'm not sure that that's a question I can really answer. I'm not sure if maybe Don Cameron can be promoted from Public Works Department as a panelist to be able to respond.
Sure. Why don't you hold on one moment, Ms. Hagan and Councilmember Lieber. Dawn is on her way over right now.
Good evening, council members. This is Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. What Michael Timoff mentioned of an average of $4 million per acre is true based upon our past park developments. But we have to recognize that when we design parks, we are fully designing them. We're working very closely with the community, with you, with Parks and Recs Commission, and we're putting in all the amenities that we think are desired. So I think the question of a baseline design is something actually a little less than maybe what we traditionally provide for our full designed parks. So I think we have to be careful assuming 4 million an acre is just a baseline park.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. And then Mr. Timoff showed, I believe, R6 being in the first wave of development. And that's just the presentation of R6 as a site to the city. So that would be a scraped lot at that point. Is that right?
Yeah, so as part of the requirement of land dedication, they would have to prepare the site for new construction, which would mean turning it over completely ready for new development. So they would have to demolish the site and do any prep work necessary for that.
Okay, I just didn't want the community to have the understanding that that was going to be something that was going to be ready at that stage and things. And then another confirmation that I wanted to make is that we would have coming back to council all of the details of the small business and business diversification and all those kinds of community benefit factors for us to look at and make sure that what the community considers a community benefit would be delivered by that. Is that the correct assumption?
Councilmember, if I may just respond, yeah, we will be listening very hard to what the council says tonight, and we'll be working with the applicant to sort of sharpen our pencil on community benefits and the DA terms. Ultimately, the DA will be in agreement, so there will be some movement, hopefully, to get us closer to what the council wants.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Hicks.
Thank you. So my first question is about something that we've been hearing a lot about lately is about security and fences. And I just wanted to check in on this and make sure we've found recently that some of our parks, a Google related park and also our school related parks that have been open and accessible to the public have later on run into security problems and been fenced off. And I just want to make sure that those security situations have been thought out ahead of time and that we won't lose space in the future. And I guess the second part of my question is, or sort of a caveat along with it, I'm a big supporter of POPAs as a way, privately owned, publicly accessible parks, as a way of adding variety to our park offerings in Mountain View. But when I read about them around the country, one of the caveats people say is that they do sometimes, over time, become less accessible to the public, become fenced off, and become more just amenities for people working in the nearby offices. So I'd like to just hear a little bit of, kind of how you've pre-planned for that to make sure that that is not something that happens in our future.
Councilmember, I could just say that we have been very thoughtful about the elements of what a POPA requires, along with the Community Services Department, because we were concerned about those very items. Any projects that require security fencing afterwards will have to come back for a modification, at which time the council can deny that or require other alternatives. So I believe that the location of the current POPA, and again, maybe the Google can respond to this, has been thought out in order to make sure that it can be publicly accessible in the long term. The kinds we want to discourage are the ones that are in inner courtyards, especially residential developments, because they invariably get fenced off. So we are requiring more publicly available, out available near the streets, so that they are obvious to people and accessible to them.
And again, Michael Timoff, I'll take the opportunity to add some additional detail there. As RT mentioned, the POPA specifically at Ellis Plaza is really meant to be a public thoroughfare. And if you look at the orientation relative to VTA, and the placement of the highest density there. This POPA is really about activating and getting as many people to use transit as possible. And so we really see this as a public amenity. And I think that, the security concerns that have been discussed lately, we are aware of them. We have the benefit of being able to design them into the project from very early on. And so any of those security considerations would be brought back to you all for review as part of the final review of the master plan, and then in subsequent design approvals for future phases. Those would also be opportunities for you all to weigh in on the proposed security enhancements that are necessary, whether it's around residential or the office projects.
Yeah, I have to say these are don't look like the previous ones that we fenced in just a week or two ago. But I'm just hesitant. I want to double check, because I just want to make sure that we don't have some emergency situation and then find that our public parks are fenced, what we've considered public parks are fenced off. So I'm asking for double assurance that kind of planning has been done ahead of time. So if there are no additional comments on that question, I'll go to my second one, which is another concern that I've had as we build taller buildings in the city is that we sometimes, I think, don't allow large enough setbacks for wide enough sidewalks for the extra volume of people that come in and out of those buildings, and also for some of the things that that people want to do these days on sidewalks or corridors, running, walking dogs, etc., urban hiking, etc. So it doesn't look like that's the case here, but I'm wondering if you can give me some samples of what the sidewalk widths are, and I know some of them are very wide, but the sidewalk widths and setbacks, if you can give me a couple of samples so that I can get a feel for that.
Sure. So a couple different things. East Wisman is an area of the city where actually the staff and city council has been really good about implementing wider sidewalks as development has occurred, since the 90s. So there's a very good starting point in quite a bit of the East Wisman area. But in terms of the precise plan itself, so there are requirements for sidewalk widths. There's also requirements for various greenways that are kind of off-road connections. And those are really roughly 20 feet wide, allowing for, bicyclists as well as pedestrians to move through the area. In terms of actual sidewalks along street frontages, many of those sidewalks sort of, and I'd have to pull up the precise plan itself, but I believe they sort of center around anywhere from 7 to 15 feet, depending on where it is and what it's fronting. In terms of some of the interior sidewalks that are required as part of, say, the service streets, you're looking at a little bit more traditional sidewalks of sort of 5-foot widths, but those are really, more like secondary pathways, so they're not as prominent in those cases.
Thank you. Yeah, 5 feet sounds fine for a service street. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Anyone else have any other remaining questions? All right, well then I'll ask mine that are still left. Thank you to my colleagues for asking such great questions. So I had asked this of staff and just wanted to bring this up. So, how much BMR funds are currently available to fund affordable housing projects if we were to go with the alternate mitigation?
Councilmember, Mayor, I checked with housing staff this afternoon. Our 2021 funds show approximately 60 million. However, we do have a bunch of requests out from 2 or 3 affordable housing developers. And if that were to be funded, we would have a balance of 11 million in our housing fund.
Great, thank you so much. And obviously, kind of the funding fluctuates as money comes in and out, but thank you for that. And then one of the other questions that I had was about if we went with the alternate mitigation, and I know staff's going to be doing the evaluation, you know, if we went through an RFP or an RFQ process, can you just kind of share, you know, what the most expedited timeline might be? Because I think that's one of the things we're talking about is, you know, how quickly we would be able to bring these units online. So if you could maybe share a little bit with us, that'd be very helpful.
Yes, typically if we do an RFP, which is going straight out to solicit proposals based on a certain project framework, it takes us about 4 months to put it out and get to council for review. But before that, we'd have to have some idea of what the council wants, right? Also, occasionally the council might be interested in doing an RFQ, which is a request for qualifications prior to the RFP to qualify certain developers to apply for the RFP. And that would take an additional 4 months. So depending on the process, it could take as long as 8 months. And this would be the minimum time frame. And then after that, it would take about 6 months to get what we call a DDA, or Disposition and Development Agreement, approved and executed, with all the details to be brought back to the council. So it does take quite a bit of time, approximately 14 months minimum, to get all these in place.
Great, thank you. And then I guess just like to tag on to that, and Councilmember Showalter, I'll get to your hand in just a second. You know, is this process I would faster or slower than if it was you know, included in? Is there a comparison there?
Well, I think it all depends. Obviously, it would not take as long for someone, the city process sort of precedes the entitlement phase, right? Whereas a developer would go through the entitlement phase and build inclusionary. However, you know, if it's possible for the city to be able to move forward and not depend on the developer's time frame. So the city has some control over city-owned land that they wouldn't have over a developer's, you know, inclusionary project. So there's pros and cons to both.
Great, thank you so much. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, my question is kind of a follow-on to yours, Mayor. What if the Google identified an affordable housing partner to start with? Even if the affordable housing partner was going to do a project on city dedicated land, how would that work, and what kind of time would that save?
I think that might need a little more discussion, Councilmember Showalter, because the city has a typical process they use. And if it's city-owned land, the council would have to approve of the developer. Google is free to propose developers, but ultimately the council will have to make the decision on the process they want to use.
But I know, for instance, in the Sobrato process, which I don't think is on, I'm not sure whether that's on city dedicated land or not. I don't remember. But in that case, Sobrato came forward with the affordable housing organization. And
if you're speaking of the Pear Avenue project in North Bayshore, at this point, Sobrato is only proposing to dedicate an acre of land, and the city will run their own process. So again, Google can come forward with a partner and a project that the council can consider, but it would still be the council's decision. So,
oh, it would still be our decision. That's fine. I just wondered about the potential time saving. It clearly would be our decision. Yes.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to get back to you on that, because I don't believe we've done a process like this where we've single sourced a developer. We've typically run a process allowing people to apply and then selected. So we might have to do some homework on that.
How that would work. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other council members have any follow-up questions? All right, seeing no hands, I will move to public comment. So would any member of the public on the line like to provide public comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Our interim city clerk, Ms. von der Linden, will display the timer on the screen. So right now I'm seeing, oh, Councilmember Showalter, your hands is back up. Did you? Okay. You're good. All right. So right now I see 4 hands. So if we could just set the timer for 3 minutes. Okay. All right. Is the timer ready, Ms. von der Linden? Great. All right. David Meyer.
All right. Thank you very much, Mayor Kamei. Oh, I don't see the timer.
Oh,
Coming.
well, oh, there we go.
Oh, thanks very much. David Meyer, Silicon Valley at Helm, affordable housing advocacy organization, works across Santa Clara County. Here tonight to just express general support for Google's vision for Millfield Park, which I think is really a direct reflection on the city's great work on the East Wisconsin Precise Plan. Because I think this proposal really is transforming a sprawl-centric office park into a mixed-use neighborhood with homes, parks, retail, all of it connected to transit. And I think really importantly, it demonstrates that the city's jobs housing linkage strategy works, which we're trying to help other cities look at as well. Google's proposal is creating up to 19 new homes, which is putting the city much closer to meeting its 5,000 home target. And it's proposing that 20% of those homes be deed restricted affordable, which is also, again, helping the city meet that affordability target. At SB at Home, we're a strong supporter of using land dedication as an alternative mitigation for affordable housing, since it can allow for the creation of more affordable homes at deeper levels of affordability. But at the same time, we think there is an opportunity here for the city and Google to work together to create a more detailed joint plan for implementing the affordable housing component, and also thinking about envisioning potentially some creative options for meeting the overall affordability goal. For example, I think it would be really interesting to see whether or not there is a potential option where even a small percentage, such as 5% of the affordable housing, could be done as inclusionary. And while we do support land dedication for affordable housing, we know that it comes with trade-offs related to timelines and financing options, which staff have provided. So that's why we really think it's critical for the city and Google to work together and identify if there are different options available, if there are things like fee prepayments, direction of fees of specific projects, earlier land dedications, certain fee forgiveness that could, do some, have some other creative options on the table. Overall, we're most concerned with seeing the housing and affordable housing actually get built. And at the same time, we don't want to see this project get delayed. It's critical these discussions don't create any financial infeasibility or delays that would undermine the housing production goals, because we really do want this proposal to catalyze development in the rest of the area. So in summary, very supportive of continuing this process forward. Let's see what we can do to think creatively about meeting the affordable housing goals and getting it built. Thank you.
Thank you. Cliff Chambers.
Hi, thank you very much. Cliff Chambers, resident of Mountain View, and I'm representing the Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning this afternoon. We did have Google make a presentation at one of our regular monthly meetings and really applaud them for the discussion that we had, and also the follow through and other outreach that they participated in that was itemized in the staff report. We did do a detailed letter both to the EPC and to the council, and I'm just going to cover our kind of high level comments. MVCSP really strongly supports the overall mixed use development framework provided in the Middlefield Park Master Plan. The potential for 1,900 housing units with potential of 20% or 380 units being affordable units is highly attractive, and it's really the first step and implementing the innovative jobs housing linkage strategy of the precise plan. Like the EPC, we would prefer inclusionary BMR units, but we feel that Google's proposed alternative mitigation compliance plan with dedicated land and 20% affordable units is worthy of serious consideration, and it could result in more affordable units. So we look forward to the deep dive and analysis that was described earlier. We do really support the proposed open space network and are particularly excited about the prospects for Mod Park. I appreciate Council Member Hicks' concerns about the fencing, and I assume that the planning is going to go into it. When it brings back, we're going to actually have full disclosure on what that would be, but we really do like that concept. We have the concerns about the P2 path that was discussed earlier, and I hope there's a focus on the long-term connectivity to Sunnyvale. We do really applaud the community benefits on the diversified small business development. And then we really like the construction phasing plan that starts with housing adjacent to the Middlefield station. It's really exemplary and we support it. And before just jumping to 15 years, I'd like to hear a little bit more discussion on what the trade-offs involved for 15 versus 20 years. We want an overall project that is doable, a master plan that is doable and will be built. So I think that's one of the key criterion that has to be evaluated, and hopefully that can be done before this is finally decided. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Albert Jeans, please unmute.
Hi, Albert Jeans, 38-year resident of Mountain View. I know this has been said before, but I really wish there were some concrete plans to put in ownership housing here. I lived in Mountain View for 5 years in an apartment, and as soon as I could, I bought a house. I knew that was the best way to build wealth, hold on to it, survive inflation, do all the good things and become really established. As long as you have apartments, yeah, they may be around for 30 years, but at some point the owner can just decide, I'm going to tear this down and do something else, and all those people are out. They don't have a home, they have nothing. So I really wish for the long-term health of Mountain View that Google would really put, some thought into establishing, concrete plans to put in some ownership housing. So these are some anchor in that neighborhood that will keep it there, in perpetuity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alexander Brown, please unmute.
Okay. Hey friends. All right. First, I want to start with housing. We need it, especially affordable housing. No question there. And I appreciate Albert talking about the harms in allowing existing owners to just arbitrarily evict residents to redeveloped properties. That is really unfortunate, and I think it's something that we should stop and just not just work around, but prevent. I also love the green space, focusing on land use that supports the people and not just on every square inch providing financial returns for the landowners. But more than that, I want more complete neighborhoods. I'd love it if I were able to just walk down the street to pick up some groceries from a small local grocer instead of having to take Stevens Creek all the way down to Castro to shop at Ava's. Or more likely, just get in a car and drive somewhere. Boo, yuck, cars, am I right? Yeah. The fact that this isn't just another office park or residential only suburb is awesome. Michael, I saw the swing or seesaw quote up there and I feel the love. Yes, please. Bombastic it up. Hell yeah. Let's do it to the rest of the parks. Is it awesome? Let's have fun with this. Oh yeah. I support this project and all that jazz. Thanks.
Thank you. Kat Wortham.
Great, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
All right, thanks so much. Good evening, Mayor Kamei, Vice Mayor Ramirez, and honorable council members. My name is Kat Wortham, and I'm the Director of Housing and Health at the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. I'm here tonight to also express support for the proposed plans. The Leadership Group is excited to see nearly 2,000 homes proposed right near light rail in a mixed-use development. As a proposed plan also brings a number of proposed community benefits and public benefit, including parks, open space, bike lanes, and more. While we would really love to see on-site affordable housing, we are pleased to see the land dedication strategy being implemented. The leadership group is really excited by any opportunity to bring as much affordable housing to the area as possible. So as we understand, inclusionary is not feasible at this time. With that goal in mind, we feel confident that the land dedication strategy would create the most affordable homes overall and in a shorter time frame. We'd much rather see the city work with an affordable housing developer to build these much needed homes sooner than if the landowner holds on to the land to build homes when the inclusionary would be financially feasible, when and even if that happens. We are especially excited to see some unique parking strategies being talked about and potentially implemented in the plan area, as we would really love to see this area built for people, not cars. Loved Alex's quote about boo yuck cars. Totally agree with that. With that, I just want to close and thank city staff once again for putting today's meeting together and council for the consideration of my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Doug Cheshire, please unmute.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, just bear with me. Good evening, Mayor, Committee, and fellow City Council members. My name is Doug Cheshire. I'm a field representative with Carpenters Local 405 here in Santa Clara, and on behalf of roughly 7,700 members here, I'm asking that you support Google's Middlefield project. Through a collaborative process, Google and Land Lease has proposed a project that has reimagined the East Wisman neighborhood and that the city has laid the groundwork for in the precise plan. From affordable and workforce housing with ample open space, walkable retail, and easy access to transit, Google has made a commitment to this community, and that is not the only commitment. By partnering with a responsible union contractor, Google and Land Lease is making an investment into this community, one that will create thousands of good-paying union jobs with healthcare and retirement in the construction industry. One that will provide an opportunity for local apprentices, including women and minorities, to begin a career in the construction industry that will also help build tomorrow's skilled labor workforce. So again, I ask that the council go ahead and support the project. Google's proposed a development that is outlined fits all of the goals of the East Wisman Precise Plan, and in conjunction with the community and local labor, will bring forward a project that Mountain View will be proud of for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. We can turn it back to council. I don't see any other hands raised. I do see council members' hands raised though. So there are 5 questions being asked of council for this agenda item. So I'm just going to look at my council colleagues really quickly. Are these questions, or are you all ready to answer the 5 questions? Ready to answer the 5 questions? Okay, great. All right. So perhaps Ms. Hagan, if you want to bring forward the 5 questions onto the screen so that everyone can see what those are. All right, and I'm just going to go first on whose hand I see raised, which is Council Member Showalter.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really excited about this project. Like some of the people who commented said, this is an opportunity to really bring a vibrant whole neighborhood to this region, to this area. I'm really excited that the precise plan is being used so quickly. When we first started working on it, there were a lot of doubts about how long this would take. So this is really good news that a developer is coming forward with such a a well thought out plan so fast. So the first question is, so generally I'm very supportive of the project, but of course there's always questions. The first question, do I support the BMR alternative mitigation plan? Yes, I do. I think that the thing that is the most troublesome about it is how quickly we could get that affordable housing. So working together to reduce the time to get a affordable housing developer on board and get them moving, that's something I'd really like to see happen as quickly as possible. And if if it's possible for Google to choose the affordable housing partner earlier and just come with that as part of the agreement, that I think that has some merit, but already said, that would have to be looked into. So that's something I'd really like us to look into. What can we do to shorten that process? But basically, I think that one thing that's really good, we normally want inclusionary zoning, but having a standalone project does allow us to serve a lower people with lower incomes, and that's valuable. There's a tremendous amount of need for that, and it does allow us to provide supportive services, and that's also very important. And because this land is right adjacent to the existing housing, it is part of the community. So I think that's reasonable. The EPC's consideration and the proposed park open space network, yeah, I like I think the idea of the parks are great. I'm really excited about that footnote that there was in the staff report about putting in a recycled water reservoir under the POPA, because recycled water is going to be coming to this section of town fairly quickly. So I'm supportive of that. The community benefits sound quite generous to me, and I know staff will be talking to Google about the particulars. The streamlined review process. I like the idea of using the precise plan streamlined review where there's a ZA hearing, and I think that we want staff to develop a mutually beneficial development agreement. I understand from a response in the council questions that part of the development agreement includes an annual report. So that provides an opportunity for the city and Google to talk every year about what's going well and what isn't going well and work through it. So I think that we need to have a performance-based development agreement, and I'll be interested to see that in the future after staff and Google have had time to really work out the nuts and bolts of it. But basically, I think this is a great program. I'm so excited to see the East Westman precise plan moving forward on this, on this time frame. And I look forward to hearing what my other colleagues have to say.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll just go through the questions. For the first question, I feel like it will be very important to see what the consultant says after conducting the review to determine whether Google is in, I guess, technical compliance with our with the BMR administrative guidelines. I also have a preference for at least a portion of the affordable housing obligation to be satisfied through inclusionary housing. I'm not opposed to the alternative mitigation, but the one thing that bothers me is I asked the question in advance of the meeting about how we define value in reference to the requirement that the alternative mitigation have a value or the dedicated parcel have value that exceeds the value of having the housing units on site. And I was a little dissatisfied with the response. I think we need to have an objective standard for that, because I don't want to have this debate over and over again about whether the value of the dedicated parcel is greater than the value of the inclusionary units. I think it's really important to have a standard definition that we can apply universally. And in my mind, one of the things, two of the things that we do have to keep in mind or take into consideration that several members of the council have referenced. First is the ability to deliver the units quickly. And I am not confident that we can deliver affordable housing with dedicated land more quickly than the ability to deliver inclusionary units as a, as part of the development of the market rate housing. And then I'm also concerned, and I appreciate Mayor Kamei bringing this up, about the limited resources we have to deliver all of the affordable housing that's in the pipeline. And I'm concerned that we're going to fairly quickly exhaust what we have. Staff had, I think, mentioned a few of the projects in the pipeline, but we also know about, the 2 parcels on Terabella and probably, others that will become available with time. So it's a long-winded answer. I feel like I can support the alternative mitigation as long as the consultant's report demonstrates compliance with our objectives, with the administrative guidelines. I do have a strong preference, as part of a different work plan item, to have a concrete definition for value and some kind of objective standard for future evaluation. But I am interested in some kind of hybrid, inclusionary, and dedicated affordable housing strategy, and I'm comfortable with making some concessions to make that happen. So I hope that was an answer that translates to some clear direction at some point, and let me know if it doesn't. For question 2, I support the staff and EPC considerations for the open space network. There was some discussion about a modified process for designing and constructing the open space. I think the only feedback I'd provide is I'm comfortable with the regular city process for the design and construction of open space. And if we want to change that, I think that's something, again, that we need to look at in the context of the broader work we're doing on parkland dedication and that kind of thing. Otherwise, support the proposal. Question 3, do I support the proposed community benefits? The 2 things I look at are the value and the methodology for determining the value. And I asked the question about how we've valued development agreements elsewhere. And but the answer, I think, kind of speaks for itself. The value is very strong. It compares very favorably to other DAs. And so I'm comfortable with the proposal. But again, it's hard to provide, I think, solid feedback without the consultant's study that's being done. And I look forward to seeing if, again, the proposal complies with the precise plans regulations. If it does, I support the package as proposed. Question 4. So I also asked the question about the ability to make modifications or deny a project that is consistent with the precise plan and an approved master plan. And because, as I think the staff had mentioned, there is almost no discretion in our ability to make modifications, I'm comfortable with Google's proposed expedited approval for the components of the project following the approval of the master plan. And the reason is, over the past several years, we've had many difficult development proposals come before the council that had political elements that were very challenging. And what made it challenging was the limited discretion that the council had to make modifications to address the concerns from the public. And I don't like setting ourselves up for failure. I don't see a lot of value in having a public hearing where we can take public comment, but not be able to do anything with it because state law has eroded our ability to make modifications to code compliant projects. I might lose that vote, but that's okay. I don't see the value in having the public hearing. So I'm fine with Google's alternative process. Question 5 for the 15-year DA. I'm pretty comfortable with the 15 plus 5-year extension proposed by Google. I don't have a good sense of whether 15 years without the 5-year extension if that has a significant impact on the ability to deliver the proposal. If it does, I'm not sure I can support it. If it doesn't have a major impact, then 15 years is fine too. It feels like a long time. But just in response to question 5, I'm comfortable with a 15+5 proposal that Google is requesting. That's all. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Hicks.
So first I want to say that I, like so many people have spoken, strongly support this this plan. Who couldn't support changing kind of suburban offices to mixed use housing offices in Parkland. So down to the details and the questions. First, regarding the below market rate alternative mitigation. I do support it. I know that generally and I think the rest of council and EPC support inclusionary housing. I'm hoping that possibly when we're not doing inclusionary housing, when we're doing standalone housing, we explore community land trust housing, which goes along with what several members of the public, Mr. Jeans and I believe Mr. Brown raised, which is ownership housing. I worked for a community land trust, a nonprofit developer in Alameda County, and I'm comfortable with that. It's a way of allowing of making permanently affordable ownership housing by the city continuing to own the land. So I'm hoping in situations like this, we can explore arrangements like that. Other than that, I just assume that the economic study in the staff report is meant to verify whether the BMR alternative meets the precise plan. And I also agree with council members who said it's important to make sure that the building the affordable housing does not drag on, that it's done fairly quickly. As for question number 2 on the open space network, I generally support the open space network as it's as it was presented. I think it was the EPC that suggested we consider Google and the city designing the public parks together. And I agree with that for consistency and kind of some of the innovation that Google provides. So if that's possible, I would support that. I also noticed that Gateway Park is right along 237, and I'm hoping, and some other, very auto-oriented uses, which generally does not make for great parkland. So I'm hoping that we can use an adequate number of tall trees to buffer or something else to really strongly buffer that park and the housing there too, from 237 and the big auto uses there. There's been some talk about whether the paths and corridors are really parks or not. And I have to say, I'm kind of on the fence about this. I fully support people who were saying that, we can't just designate sidewalks as parks. On the other hand, I think if we're designing parks for what people today sometimes talk about as parks that serve all ages and abilities, or people from 8 to 80, one of the big things when you survey people that they want to do in parks is run, do urban parking, do urban hiking, inline skating, those kinds of things, biking, and you really do need connected corridors for those. So again, I don't just want sidewalks to be considered parks, but if they're really corridors that are lavish and extra with maybe a double row of trees, they can act as wildlife corridors with natural planting. If I would like to develop some standards where those are considered, those do count at least to some degree, some percentage as parks. And I won't go at length, but I could quote studies that show that people of different genders, ages, and ethnicities really want wildlife corridors. And some of the parks we're designing don't address the needs of sort of the variety of people in our population. Let's see. The other thing I'd like to explore is whether I like the idea that we'll have some shared parking. I would also like to see if some of the office parking can be shared as well. In the downtown, I've noticed that when I go into some of our both underground and above ground parking with the offices, it's not used a lot of the time. And I would hate to put the expense into constructing these spaces and then not, have it unparked much of the time, because there's a huge carbon footprint to doing underground parking and above ground parking. And I would like those spaces to be used. It also means that the small businesses will be more viable. And let's see, question 3, community benefits. I support the ones that are listed. I particularly find the small business diversification and reopening to be really important, I have to say, because of the pandemic and the shutdowns, and then the just general increase over time in online shopping. A lot of residents have approached me saying that they're really concerned about our small businesses, all over town, what's designated in our general plan as village centers, also our downtown, and I think any other sort of mixed use center will run. This is something that people are going over in their minds. How can we make this viable? Because we use our public spaces when one of the uses is when there are small businesses along them that we want to patronize. So I strongly support Google doing some of the innovative things they're suggesting here. And I'd also like to encourage novel small business types like micro retail, small footprint retail and restaurants, live work, whatever Google can do to promote innovation in this area, and maybe a model that we can use in other spots in the city. And questions 4 and 5, I basically, for these, support the staff suggestions for 4 and 5. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. Question 1, as has been said by others, while I prefer inclusionary units, I am open to the alternative mitigation that's proposed because it could result in more units and we could also provide services. Question 2, I do agree with the open space network. The additional feedback I have on that one is, though, and we'll talk about this later tonight, I am not supportive of providing 100% credit for POPA. POPA is different than dedicated land, and I think we need to recognize that. And I don't want to set a precedence here that then would apply for all of POPA throughout the city. I'd like to find some other way to addressing the issue of cost here, rather than increase the credit. Question 3, I appreciate the community benefits that are proposed. I particularly like the support of small businesses, especially along an area that we want active. I do have concerns about the support of space for community use or nonprofits. I don't really know what that looks like. If it's a meeting space that people can rent, I'm concerned that it won't be rented all that much. And then we will have dead space along an area that we want active. And I don't know if nonprofit means they would actually use that space ongoing, like they would move their nonprofit there. If so, then that would be more active. I was the one who sent in the question about, how much of this community space do we have throughout the city, and is there really demand for it? So, part of me feels like I'm very concerned about dead space there. And so I would prefer that some of the community benefits, instead of providing space for people to meet, would go toward physical improvements in the East Wisman area. Four, I have a strong viewpoint on this one. And I believe that even with a master plan, the individual proposals need to come to council. And the reason I'm saying that is I feel like not doing that cuts off public input more so than it needs to be. In the past, there have been some projects that were fully compliant that were approved by the zoning administrator. And I certainly have heard from residents about those projects because residents are not really watching the ZA's agendas. And the Microsoft campus in North Bayshore was approved by the ZA. The office complex, 1001 Shoreline, was approved by the ZA. And the ZA meets at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. That's not a convenient time for many people. And just the fact that, something so big is being approved by a body other than the council, I just don't feel like that's the right direction to go. So I do feel like these projects should come to council. I don't think in the whole scheme of things, a little bit of extra time for them to come to council to have that last look and approval is really going to hurt anything. There are a lot of things that we would not change because they are spelled out in the precise plan, but there still is some discretion. And, sometimes we have different perspectives than staff has, to be very candid. And so I think we ought to be the ones to approve these projects. It does sort of beg the question for me, if there's a master plan that's approved and it doesn't come to council, does that mean the affordable housing projects don't come to council because they're part of the master plan that's been approved? Sort of food for thought. In terms of the development agreement, 15, 20 years, they're both a long time. And, if it was sort of performance-based, I think that would be good. My biggest concern about this is I don't think the contribution in exchange for the DA should be conditioned on anything. So that needs to be decoupled from what happens in the park, in my opinion. And it is a contribution for the length of time that we are allowing this development to be built. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank you, and thank you to staff and the applicant for all of your work in bringing this forward to us. Overall, I'm very excited to see this proposal. A long time ago, we've talked about jobs housing for a long time, but when we're looking at the general plan update and areas where we thought jobs and housing made sense to be next to each other, I was one who, with some of my former colleagues, who thought this East Wisman area is really the appropriate place to do so, given that there were existing neighborhoods that could be enhanced and businesses as well. So it's great to see the precise plan being utilized with this project. So overall, I'm very excited to see this moving forward. In regards to the questions, number one about the BMR alternative mitigation plan. So in general, I like the idea of land dedication, there's a value to the city in owning land. We've seen that, and especially during these economic times, that's actually helped us keep our city afloat. So I think it's always, and it was something that former city manager Kevin Duggan, I guess, instilled in my head that it's good for the city to have land, hold on to land. So in that sense, I like the idea of the land dedication. I think it's a value to the applicant because, as it's been said, it sounds like the 15% inclusionary is maybe questionable in terms of feasibility. So there's definitely a value there. My question, as you've heard, my question is whether we can achieve the 20% on the 2.4 acres without it being an extreme stretch. Like, I don't want this to be, any like way more extreme in terms of density than what we've done elsewhere in this city. So I think we have to really do that deep dive and look at what is really possible on this acreage. I agree. Personally, I think a combination of some inclusionary and land dedication would be ideal. But again, knowing the value of land, I could go with this. I just want to, make sure we get the percentage that we're shooting for with this alternate option. In terms of open space, so in general, I think it looks fine. I'll just say I think the two main questions here was the P2 path. I would not include that as part of open space. I think it's a pathway. We need pathways in all of our developments, so that's what I would call it, and not include it as a part of our open space package. In terms of the POPA, which I know we'll talk more about later with this proposal, and actually in general, I agree with Councilmember Matichek. We're about to set a policy later on this evening. We've talked about it extensively, and I believe it was at least a majority, if not, unanimous, if I remember correctly, that we agreed to the 75% credit. At this point in time, to change that to me doesn't make sense. And whatever we do with this one-off, it's not going to be a one-off, as we've come to realize with other things. It becomes a precedence, and I don't want to set that precedence at this point in time. I also will mention that I learned that there's benefit to the developer with the POPAs because they can put utilities and whatnot under, so there's a value to them. So I think that needs to be considered or included in the calculation of the value, and so therefore I don't support 100% credit. Again, it is different. If it were pure, park land dedication, the city gets that land, and so the city gets the value of that land. We would not be getting that in this situation. So I'm sticking with the 75%. And then other questions I have here. No, I think that's it. Those were my 2 points with the open space. So we'll go to community benefits. I appreciate the package, as others have mentioned, definitely the interest in helping our small businesses. I would be very interested, of course, as EPC has mentioned, in the details of what that package really means. How will these businesses be assisted? Is it a subsidy in rents? Is it an investment? So I will look forward to seeing those details in the next iteration. And community spaces, yes, I guess I was thinking in terms of how the space would be used, I guess I hear the need from nonprofits just needing more space to conduct their services. So I would be open to seeing that if this is like a nonprofit's facilities. If there's some interest in that way of using the space, which I think, yes, it's questionable. I don't know how many theaters and how many, open rooms we need in the city. But I do hear that nonprofits that the need is greater. They need more space to conduct their services. So perhaps there are some nonprofits who could utilize the space at a discounted rate. And then, in the future, I had been thinking this neighborhood is definitely, I think, in need of more amenities. So I know there was mention of like a satellite library and whether that's really necessary or not. But as we look to growth, we may want to look at what other city services are needed in this neighborhood, and perhaps the city could utilize the space to provide those services. Let's see, going to the streamlined process. So this is something where I think it's evolved over time because this whole process has evolved over time, and we've seen the development of the precise plans and whatnot. And I remember when we were first doing the general plan update and started talking about this, I was one of the council members who felt very strongly that everything should come to council. And that was, I think, because it was all new and we really didn't know what was going to come about. But I guess, now almost 10 years later, I guess I'm feeling a little more a little more willing to let go. So I can support a streamlined process. I thought what we have in the precise plan is that it would go to the DA with a public hearing. I'm open to that. I might even support elements not having to go to public hearing and just straight to the ZA for approval. I think the difference from like the Microsoft project or 1001 Shoreline was that I don't think those were parts of a master plan. So we didn't see it. It just happened. Whereas this one, if we do see the master plan and the elements and we approve them, then as long as, the elements are adhered to, then I would, I think I could give it a little less. I can let go and let the ZA make those approvals. So I could support a streamlined process in that regard. And then finally, the 15-year DA. So yes, so I guess I was looking at this as doing the 5-year extension, making it performance-based. Perhaps in that, if we craft it in a certain way, we could get what we're looking for to happen in a more timely fashion. I would tie the development, of course, of affordable housing, if we can. I think that one might not be as predictable because we'd be looking for outside funding. But I think my interest is to make sure that we don't have at the end just the affordable housing projects without parks or the small businesses, I think it's Ellis Plaza. We don't want an incomplete neighborhood. And so and then I know that the community's interests are in the benefits pieces. So I would like to see if we could structure the DA in a way where we can try to have those assurances as strongly as possible to have a complete neighborhood and that the community amenities happen as quickly as possible. So with that, I know we didn't talk much about circulation, but that is a concern of mine. It is a lot going on here. So I look forward to the next iteration on that, as well as the parking. And I was thinking shared parking, not just with the retail and housing, but including the office spaces too. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, in terms of the first point, I would really rather see some of the housing be included as BMR housing and be built in the first phase of things. I hear the other council members who have talked about having the flexibility to do deeper affordability or supportive housing. And yeah, when I look at this side of town and the relatively fewer services that are available there, and the fact that El Camino is really our transit spine and our primary employment spine, I think for some of those housing types, it makes more sense closer to the transit. And then in terms of, I'm also looking at the commitments that we already have and the reality of the time frames that funding would be available for affordable housing and concerns about that. Then the open space network, I think that folks have talked about the walkway, even though it's a 20-foot wide walkway next to P2, you know, not rationally counting as part of the open space. And I'm not sure that wildlife uses a concrete walkway as much as just, you know, open space in whatever form. And on the community benefits, I really have a strong concern about seeing all of the details and how realistic the affordability would be for diversified businesses to be able to have a shot at things. It does occur to me that a lot of our community institutions, such as the library, et cetera, our major healthcare is all on closer to El Camino side of town. And one of the things that I would like to have the developers consider is maybe a partnership with Camino Health and having some kind of availability of a facility that's near this development. In particular, if there are families living there, et cetera, it's just something that is not available to that degree close by. Also, I really like Councilmember Hicks' discussion of the Community Land Trust. I think that that's something that we should definitely be looking at very seriously. And micro businesses. And I know that this is something that's being used in downtown San Jose, where I think it's a former parking structure that is being used for very small businesses that can open up on the outside of the building. And it's sort of a flexible area for individuals who would not have a shot at a full retail space. I do feel like the lack of nonprofit meeting space, it is very hard in Mountain View to find almost anything for less than a few $100s to have a basic meeting of 2 hours. And so having something like that available, I think is really critical. And then in terms of the streamline review process, I'm comfortable with going with what's in the precise plan. And I'm open on the term of the development agreement. But I just want to make sure that we are able to get the community benefits back to us and really have the certainty of making sure that those are absolutely positively understood by us, and that the details are provided to the community so that we don't end up with something that is really different than what we were anticipating. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so I think that's everyone, and I've been doing my best to take notes of everyone's answers for the 5 questions. So I'll take a stab. So for the first question, so I feel like many colleagues have kind of touched upon how I feel about this, which is, you know, I am open to the alternate mitigation plan. I would like to see a possibility or an openness to discuss a small percentage of inclusionary units. I also, you know, had a quick comment about where the dedicated land is currently going to be located. It feels a little bit removed from the rest of the project, and understand that it might be because it, you know, in aggregate can create the most amount of land dedication to the city. But I really want if we end up going with the whole alternate mitigation plan, you know, really want the BMR units to feel like the rest of the property, and for people not to feel like they are not part of the fabric of what will be Middlefield Park. So, you know, hoping that there could be some discussion about some, and that's why I feel a leaning towards trying to do some included units in the other residential parcels, because of where the land dedication is. For question 2, yes, I support staff and UPC's considerations on the open space network. I think my colleagues have quite a few have nailed how I feel, which is, you know, wanting to really think about expanding the walkability, the networks, and really thinking about it as green open spaces. I think a lot of the feedback we received since we've been in the pandemic was, how do we actually make people feel a greater sense of nature? And so I'm not sure that just what's a P2 path to perhaps maybe a connection in another city doesn't feel like something I feel comfortable at this time as credit. I know that we're also going to be speaking about the parkland dedication later, but agree that when we've been looking at other things and saying they are exceptions, they end up being the precedent. And so I don't feel comfortable at this time with 100% credit for POPAs. And appreciate the comments from my colleagues about how there is some intrinsic value to the developer on that. When it comes to the community benefits, what you know, I really appreciate the applicant going above and beyond. And I think what's most important to me is having flexibility in how the city and the community can use those contributions. And again, kind of reflecting on the pandemic, you know, I think how some of the funding may be kind of envisioned may change. And as we're talking about our small businesses, I think Councilmember Leva brought up something that I'm concerned about, which is I'm not sure which small businesses we're discussing in the city. And so, you know, wanting a little bit more understanding about who this program would serve and how we set them up to be successful is important to me. And I just, I think council will need the flexibility, you know, especially if we go with the alternate mitigation plan on how we spend the community benefit dollars. And so I don't want to overly prescribe how we use our community benefits. I do support the ideas of the nonprofit space and the community serving space. That to me is actually the most exciting part as we're looking when we've been looking at the precise plan revisions in the past, we've been talking about how we can actually create kind of mini nodes in the city so that people don't feel like they just need to come to City Hall for city services. And so, you know, the auxiliary library or some sort of other services, food pantry, other items, I think would be of value if we're talking about, you know, nearly 2,000 new housing units. And then for question 4, I'm comfortable with the streamline process. I did ask the applicant if perhaps, one of the things that Councilmember Matichak brought up was how some of these things can fly under the radar. So if there could be outreach to those 22 community groups that they had been in touch with already, if there could be kind of expanding the public noticing to the community when those mailers go out, and make sure that those are also in multiple languages, I think would make me feel more comfortable. But I understand the need for the streamlined process. And then for question 5, other council members have talked about doing something performance based and having a check-in. So whether it's 15 or 20, I think having those touch points where the city and the developer can talk would be most important. And I think kind of just overall, when we're talking about Middlefield Park, some of the design layouts, it was shared with me by the applicant that, these are suggestions for what would make the most successful community. And I think that, I really feel like the city and the residents need to be the drivers. And I just want to make sure that is included in this process. So those are the answers to my 5 questions. I see 2 hands, Councilmember Matichak and then Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thanks. Just real quickly on number 2, I said I support the plan. I should have said I support staff's and EPC's perspective on the plan. I want to clarify that. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you. And regarding the DA, I heard someone talk about decoupling it from the benefits. And, I spent a lot of time about the park contribution, and I would be interested in decoupling that. I'm just not sure if we're going to have the in lieu fees to build the park, and I wouldn't want this money to just be sitting in an account until we accumulate the funds to build the park. And so, my interest is to build the park as quickly as possible. So I would look for some flexibility there in how to use those funds. And if, it means we replenish that later to do the super boosting, that's fine. But I just don't want to, have a delay and have this fund sit in a bank when we could be using those funds to build the park. Thanks.
Okay. So maybe Ms. Hagan, do you mind if you stop sharing your screen so I can see the rest of my colleagues as I try to go through what I think I heard from everyone. So, and perhaps staff has clarity on what you heard. I don't know if everyone would like me to kind of try to do a synopsis, or if you feel like we were clear enough. City Manager McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. If you are fine with it, I can quickly summarize just so that everyone's on the same page and also so that the public know. So what I've heard, I'll just go through each of the 5 questions and articulate the consensus that I heard from council. So to question 1, supporting the alternative mitigation plan, BMR, yes. With a strong preference to perhaps look into inclusionary units, which staff can explore, but that was a yes for all. The second question, supporting staff and EPC's considerations on the open space network, yes. The third question, community benefits. So in general, yes. And then we heard a lot of different feedback on the various items, including economic development, small businesses being very important, looking at potential nonprofit space or community serving space, community land trust. So those things staff, I think, can talk further about with Google. So then the fourth question, the streamline review process was what got the most consensus. And to the last question, the 15-year DA. So we heard yes, exploring the 15-year DA with a possible +5, but really building in that flexibility. making sure that we can get community benefits back to us, and also that we have certainty to council and to the community. So staff will work through those items. So I don't think I missed anything, but certainly open to any feedback if there's anything that I didn't say.
Great, thank you so much, City Manager McCarthy. I was looking through my notes. It seems to be what I was typing out as well, unless my colleagues have any points of clarification at this point. All right, so I am not seeing any. I think that staff and the applicant has the feedback. Anything else? Yes, I see heads nodding. All right, so I just want to thank Mr. Timehopper for coming forward and presenting this. And I would like to close the study session, and I'd like to actually give council a break since we started at 4:30. So if you don't mind, we can come back at 6:50. People can take a 10-minute break before we get started again. All right, thank you. teleconference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period for the item by signing up at mountainview.gov/cc_speakers or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 923-7723-4938. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were forwarded to the City Council. Emails received after 4:30 will not be read during the meeting, but will be entered into the record for the meeting. All votes will be taken by roll call vote. And if you don't mind, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Our interim city clerk, von der Linden, will show a picture of the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Ms. von der Linden. And now we'll move on. Oh, and before I move on, I just want to announce that the city is accepting applications for the downtown property and/or representative of a business, Performing Arts Committee, and our Senior Advisory Committee. And you are welcome to apply at our city website at mountainview.gov. So hope you apply. And then we'll move on to item 2, which is our roll call. So I'll turn it over to our interim city clerk, von der Linden, to do the roll call.
Councilmember Abikoga.
Here.
Councilmember Hicks.
Here.
Councilmember Lieber.
Here.
Councilmember Matichak.
Here.
Councilmember Showalter.
Here.
Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Here.
Mayor Kamei.
Here.
Thank you.
Great. So we'll move on to item 3, which are our presentations. And we'll start with item 3.1, which is our COVID-19 Memorial Day proclamation. It feels so odd to say that we are celebrating 1 year of being in this COVID-19 pandemic. I can't believe it. And, one of the things that we wanted to do was kind of commemorate the occasion and thank everyone for all the sacrifices that they've been making and during this time. So I'll just read the proclamation for all of us. Whereas COVID-19 is an illness caused by a virus that can transmit from person to person and has spread across the world, creating a global pandemic that has been having catastrophic effects on human life, our community, and our economy. And whereas on January 31st, 2020, the United States Department of Public Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar declared a public emergency for the novel coronavirus, COVID-19, beginning on January 27, 2020. And whereas on March 4th, 2020, Governor Gavin Newsom declared a state of emergency in the state of California due to the number of confirmed cases of COVID-19 in the state. And whereas on March 5th, 2020, the county of Santa Clara declared an emergency due to the number of confirmed cases of COVID-19 in the county. And whereas on March 11, 2020, the World Health Organization declared a global pandemic due to the COVID-19 virus. And whereas on March 12, 2020, the city of Mountain View declared a local state of emergency, finding that the health, safety, and welfare of Mountain View residents, businesses, visitors, and staff was of the utmost importance to the city. And additional measures, resources, and assistance would be required to protect the public health and safety of persons and property within the community. And whereas on March 17, 2020, Santa Clara County issued a public health order to shelter in place for all individuals living in the county to ensure that the maximum number of people self-isolated in their places of residence to slow the spread of the COVID-19 virus to protect the most vulnerable of our residents and prevent the healthcare system from being overwhelmed. And whereas for the past year, state and local public health orders to shelter in place and socially distance have created challenges for residents, businesses, workers, and school districts who have worked diligently to comply with public health orders, and some with limited resources, impacting the mental welfare and economic well-being of our community. And whereas the City of Mountain View City Council, the city's residents, businesses, nonprofit partners, regional government agencies, and employees have taken bold action to protect residents, support local businesses, and find innovative ways to provide services and relief programs. And whereas in response to the rapid spread of COVID-19 and stay-at-home orders, essential workers have stepped up to provide critical services to help protect our community and save lives, sacrificing their own health and safety. And whereas COVID-19 has had a disproportionate impact on low-income communities and communities of color, exacerbating inequities already prevalent in our systems that we must address as a nation. And whereas the symptoms and severity of COVID-19 can vary dramatically by individual, and the long-term health implications for survivors is largely unknown, as many survivors suffer from lingering side effects of the disease long after they no longer test positive. And whereas more than 2.5 million people worldwide and 414,000 in the United States have lost their lives due to COVID-19. And in the county of Santa Clara alone, more than 1,765 lives have been lost to this deadly virus. And whereas each life lost to COVID-19 mattered and leaves a hole in the hearts of loved ones, family members, and our surrounding community. And whereas public health guidance and policies targeted at prevention, such as social distancing, wearing masks in public, and staying at home to help mitigate the spread of the COVID-19, prevent illness, and lessen the burden on individuals and society. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Mountain View City Council recognizes March 12th, 2021 as a one-year anniversary of the start of the COVID-19 pandemic state of emergency in the city of Mountain View, and honors those who have lost their lives and continue to suffer from the impact of the virus. Just want to bring it back to council. And I thought what might kind of be appropriate is if we might just take a few moments of silence to just reflect on what this year has meant to all of us. I know we all have personal stories and situations of how the pandemic has affected us, as well as the deep appreciation we feel for all our essential workers and those in our community who are keeping us safe. So I'll just give a few moments of silence if you don't mind as we reflect. Great, thank you all very much. And we'll move on to, I think appropriately, item 3.2, which is our National Employee Recognition Day proclamation. Since 1995, the first Friday in March has been recognized nationally as Employee Appreciation Day. The city typically has multiple events throughout the year that allow us to celebrate and recognize employees for their service, including award ceremonies and appreciation lunches. Since the onset of the pandemic 12 months ago, it has been necessary to cancel, postpone, or hold such gatherings virtually. We look forward to when we can all be together again for these special events. The City Council is very proud of the city employees and all they do for our community on a regular basis, and especially in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And so I'm pleased at this time to recognize them and to read the proclamation in honor of all of our employees. Whereas the city of Mountain View is served by hardworking and dedicated employees who demonstrate a strong work ethic, act with integrity, respectfully engage with others, and provide top-notch customer service to make a difference in the lives of residents and businesses in our community. And whereas City of Mountain View employees quickly shifted focus and responded to community needs related to the COVID-19 pandemic, wildfires, and other critical emergencies, providing services such as rent relief, an eviction moratorium, a safe parking program, and essential services for vulnerable populations, small business assistance, testing and vaccination centers, Castro streets, and library grab-and-go services. And whereas during COVID-19 shelter-in-place restrictions, city employees kept city operations running, quickly adapting to new technology and developing approaches, such as online council meetings and virtual recreation events and classes, and continued to provide a wide range of essential services, both on-site and remotely, while trying to balance new challenges on the home front and supporting each other. Whereas city employees maintain the city's streets, parks, and other infrastructure, serviced the city's fleet and facilities, provided police and fire emergency response, processed plans and permits, and sustained critical information technology, financial, human resources, and other essential administrative support. Whereas city employees instituted and followed health protocols to keep city staff and the public safe amidst continually evolving information and circumstances. And whereas city employees launched important initiatives, including a race, equity, and inclusion action plan and a citywide strategic planning process. And whereas the City of Mountain View is extremely proud and grateful for our employees, and we celebrate March 5th, 2021 as National Employee Recognition Day. Now, therefore, I, Ellen Kamei, Mayor of the City of Mountain View, along with my colleagues on the City Council, do hereby express our deep appreciation for our City of Mountain View employees. And so I think we can just take a moment and give them a bit of applause, virtual applause if we can, to all our city employees. We are also grateful for everything you do. This is public service at its most essential, and we are extremely grateful for what you do for our city. And I think perhaps our city manager, Ms. McCarthy, might have some words on this topic too.
Great, thank you, Mayor, council members. So I was thinking about what to say as I knew that this proclamation was coming after the COVID acknowledgement, and I think it's really sobering and humbling to know that these are on the same night, that it has been a year since we've all dealt with COVID in the community in various ways, and also that it is a celebration of Employee Recognition Month across the country. So I just want to express my deep gratitude and appreciation to all of our employees for the ways that they have stepped up over this last year and answered the call to service to help our community. So as was mentioned, it's not just COVID, but we've also had wildfires over the year, an economic downturn, social unrest, and just various things that we have all dealt with and encountered. And I'm really proud of the ability of our employees to pivot and to really serve our community at the highest level. Mayor, you mentioned that we all get into this to serve others, and I think that that is just couldn't be more true for our employees, and that we get into this line of work to help others. It's what we love to do. So thank you all of our employees for everything you've done, and thank you, council, for recognizing the great work that they've done on this really important milestone.
And I don't think we can let you sneak by without also celebrating you, Ms. McCarthy. This is our 1-year anniversary of you leading us as our city manager. And we as a council, I think I can speak for my colleagues, are just so deeply appreciative of your leadership, your quick action, your forward thinking, your compassion with our leading our organization, shepherding all of us as we've been, I think, hopefully seeing a flickering light at the end of this pandemic tunnel. And I know that there's going to be quite a few other things that we're going to be facing, but you know, we couldn't have done it too without your leadership this last year. So I think we just need to do one more round of applause for employee appreciation.
Thank you. Thank you all.
And we can turn it over to, 3.3, which is our COVID-19 update by our city manager, Kimber McCarthy. So I'll let you take it away.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, council members. I'm going to share my screen now to go to my usual updates here. Okay, so I start, as I usually do, with a recap of where we're at right now with the numbers throughout the county and in Mountain View. So right now, the county has experienced a little bit over 112,000 cases. And like you've heard me say over the last couple council meetings, the good news is that the numbers are trending downward in the sense that they're not increasing so fast. So you'll see in Mountain View that our positive case count is a little over 2,800, so 20 positive cases over 2 weeks. And if you recall, just a couple months ago, we were seeing that number on somewhat of a daily basis. So the fact that we're now at that number on a 2-week swing is a positive indication that things are turning a corner. Most of you all know that we did enter the red tier last Wednesday, which is good news in terms of being able to open up different business sectors than were closed over these last several months. The biggest change now is that indoor dining is allowed up to 25% capacity or 100 people, whichever is less. Retail has increased capacity up to 50%. Gyms and fitness centers can now open, as can movie theaters with different lower capacity levels. There also is a big change to the mandatory travel directive. So that is no longer in effect now under the red tier. So if you recall before, the directive, excuse me, was 120 miles, and it changed to 150 miles. So that travel directive is no longer in effect. And for certain activities, we are using the state guidelines now. So quite a few changes. And I think the top line message now is that as we continue to see these positive numbers go down and the positivity rate go down, that means that we inch one step closer to moving into that next tier out of the red tier. So one of the other big changes is that now new youth sports are allowed, and this was new guidance that the state put out. And right now, outdoor moderate contact sports have returned. So that includes baseball, softball, and soccer. And previously, competitive play was only allowed under the purple tier for certain sports like cross country, tennis, and golf. So those new sectors have opened up, and we have also opened our city basketball courts. So I would just note for everyone that it does not change the requirements to still wear masks and social distancing, making sure that you're social distancing from others if you are attending events. So even though they are open, of course, still please be safe and follow those directives that we've all been following this past year. Also want to remind everyone that the county website to make an appointment to get a vaccine is sccfreevax.org. And right now, the current eligibility is anyone who's over age 65, anyone in phase 1A, which included healthcare workers, long-term care facilities, and certain sectors in phase 1B. So as of the end of February, this means that teachers and childcare workers, agriculture and food supply workers, and other emergency service workers can now also be vaccinated. So you can go to that website, as I mentioned, or you can call 408-970-2000 to make an appointment. In terms of our vaccination site at our community center, as I mentioned last time, we are still in the no wrong door policy countywide. So essentially what that means is that wherever you may have insurance, or if you don't have insurance, that you can go to any mass vaccination site in the county. There is no wrong door. regardless of where you get your health care. However, you do have to make appointments at that stcfreevax.org site. There are no walk-ups available. And I am pleased to say that in Mountain View, we have administered almost 20,000 vaccines since we first opened in mid-January. Just last week alone, we hit almost 5,000. So we're almost at that 1,000 a day goal that the county set at the end of January. This is just a dashboard that shows where we're at now countywide with the percent of people that have been vaccinated. So the blue lines indicate people who have received the first dose. The green color indicates residents who have received that second dose. So right now, for people over the age of 16, just in general, 10% of the population is now vaccinated. The last time I showed this slide, it was around 6%. So it has gone up, and I will note that we are still experiencing delays in supply right now. So we're hopeful that as the supply increases to the county, the percentage of folks that are vaccinated will also increase. There is some new guidance that the CDC put out just this week regarding who is fully vaccinated and what you can do if you're fully vaccinated. We've received some questions about this. So the first thing is that once people have received their second shot, and it's been 2 weeks after their second shot, that is when someone is fully inoculated, when they're fully vaccinated. So what's changed for the CDC guidance is just some of the restrictions for folks have been somewhat lifted for people who are vaccinated. So for example, for folks who are fully vaccinated, they can be indoors with other vaccinated people without masks. And again, that's indoors, not outdoors. So outdoors, people are all still encouraged to wear masks, whether you have or have not been vaccinated. You can also skip quarantine and testing if you're exposed to someone with COVID, unless you develop symptoms yourself, or if you live in a group home or other some sort of detention facility or congregate setting. So even though it has been relaxed a little bit, you are still in public. Please make sure that you continue to wear masks, that you stay 6 feet apart, socially distance, all of the health protocols that we've been following. In terms of our testing, so not only are we doing the vaccines, but we're still providing our testing at our city facilities. So we've tested have about 15,000 tests since the summer, and just this year alone, almost 3,000 tests. We do have ongoing testing opportunities coming up on March 11th, so this Thursday, and then next Tuesday on March 16th. These are at our Mountain View Center for the Performing Arts, and you can make appointments for those at sccfreetest.org. Then pivoting to an update on our rent relief program, drawing your attention to the middle row in the yellow. So we have released through our community services agency almost 1,900 checks to 1,900 households, and we've expended almost $4.1 million of that. Right now, there is about $5.4 million in program funds. So I note this because council will know that you all have allocated around $4 million to the program. So the fund right now has $5.3 million. So CSA has received other private donations and does have other rent relief and other funds that they provide households. So there is still remaining funding available at this time. The average assistance check now is around $1,200. I also want to note that we have concluded our strategic plan community workshops, the various workshops that were held. We had 2 workshops that were open to the community. We also had a small business workshop in Mandarin, and also a workshop in Spanish. We've had over 90 participants in those workshops, and I would like to remind everyone that there's still time to complete the online feedback card if you weren't able to come to the community workshop, and you can go to our website at mountainview.gov/strategic roadmap to complete that. And then, as I always do, I want to recognize and thank staff who have been working on some of our programs. So right now, what you see on the screen is our team who worked on our small business grant program. So at the top left is Harsha Ramchandani. Then we have Sabina Mora on the right, and on the bottom is Tiffany Chu. And as you all know, we did we opened up our small business grant program and had around 133 businesses apply, around 70 some qualified. And we just did our blind lottery last week to select those businesses that won. And there was 50 businesses that are awarded $5,000 grants. So we were very happy to be able to provide that. That was around $250,000 in funding that council approved. So I want to thank the team for all of their work on these efforts, and they were supported by staff in our IT and finance and human resource department as well. Then lastly, I want to note that you all probably or hopefully know that we send out a weekly briefing, electronic briefing, and we are going to have our very last briefing this Friday, but that is because we're pivoting it into an online expanded document called City Hall Connection. So it's going to include information that you would have received in the briefing, but also even more information about the city's programs and events. So you can still text MV COVID to 22828, and you will be signed up to automatically start receiving the City Hall Connection via email next week. So with that, Mayor, I conclude my presentation. I just want to remind everyone to continue to wear their masks and practice all of the safety and health protocols, and I am open for any questions now.
Great, thank you. Do council members have any questions for our city manager? All right. Seeing none, I realized that I didn't take public comment for presentations 3.1 and 3.2. So I'm going to turn to the public to see if they have any public comment on 3.1, which is our COVID-19 Memorial Day proclamation. Item 3.2, our National Employee Recognition Day proclamation, or item 3.3, which is our COVID-19 update by our city manager. And if you'd like to give public comment, please use the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone, and we will display the 3-minute timer on the screen. All right, I am not seeing any hands. So is that all right, Mr. Chopra? And then we can bring it back. Okay.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. All right. All right. So I think that concludes all of our items under presentations. So we can move to item 4, which is our consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. The reading of the full text of resolutions and ordinances will be waived unless a council member requests otherwise. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on an item on the consent calendar? Vice Mayor Ramirez.
I was ready to move the consent calendar. See no public comment, if that's okay.
Yes, I was just about to read through, but I see that we don't have any hands raised. So please feel free.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. So I'll go ahead and move the consent calendar, including item 4.2, adopt an ordinance of the City of Mountain View to repeal in its entirety Division 11 of Article 4 of Chapter 36 of the Mountain View City Code and add Division 8 to Article 16 of Chapter 36 of the Mountain View City Code related to density bonus to be read in title only, further reading waived. And I think that's the only thing that has to be read. Is that right, City Attorney?
That's correct.
Councilmember Showalter, I saw your hand. Was that?
Yes, I'd like to second, and I'd also like to make a comment. 4.3, the annual water service line replacement. I just want to make a comment about how important it is for Mountain View to keep up with this kind of maintenance. It sort of goes on behind the scene, but it's very, very important. And particularly when we remember the news from Texas with the Arctic ones, we want to make sure that our infrastructure is safe. So I just want to thank the city for taking care of that. And second, Vice Mayor Ramirez's motion.
Great, thank you. So we have a motion by Vice Mayor Ramirez and a second by Councilmember Showalter. So I'll turn it over to our interim city clerk to do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Abikoga.
Aye.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber.
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. So I'll move to item 5, which is oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the city council from acting on non-agenda items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on a non-agenda item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or *9 on your phone. And the interim city clerk will display the 3-minute timer on the screen. And I see a hand raised by Alexander Brown. So I'll wait till the timer is up before I unmute. Great.
Hey, Honorable Council, I'll keep it quick since you hear enough from me as it is. Also, most of you have already been gracious enough to meet with the Mobile Home Alliance, and the rest are still welcome to join if you want to come to one of our meetings. I am once again asking for your support in finally protecting mobile home residents in Mountain View. Next Tuesday is the strategy discussion and reconsideration of council goals and projects. 2 years ago, the former council approved a project to examine and potentially develop an ordinance that controls mobile home park space rents and addresses other issues. Please, our communities have waited long enough. Follow through on this project and help me and my neighbors stay in our homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I don't see any other hands raised. And I don't believe anyone else is on the line. So I'll bring it back to council, and I will close item 5, oral communications. Item 6, a public hearing. We don't have any tonight, so we'll move on to item 7, which is new business. Item 7.1 is to appoint a city clerk and authorization to execute an employment agreement with Heather Glazier. So I think we have a staff report from our Human Services Director, Sue Rush. And in accordance with Brown Act requirements, that the City Council orally report a summary of any council actions on salaries, salary schedules, or fringe benefits for the City Council appointees. The specific recommendation. Oh. Did I? Okay. I thought, okay. The specific recommendations to be approved by the City Council regarding the appointment of the city clerk are as follows. Salary of $175,000 annually, participation in the CalPERS retirement system with the same employee cost share and employer contribution as provided to department heads, participation in health, retirees' health, life, and disability insurance plans with the same employer contribution as provided to department heads, holidays, sick leave, and management leave as provided to department heads. Vacation leave in the amount of 22 days per year, increasing to 23 days after 4 years of service. Initial bank of vacation and sick leave of 40 hours each. Cell phone allowance of $50 per month. Eligible to request relocation reimbursement and a home loan through City Council Policy D-13. Mountain View Employee Homebuyer and Relocation Assistance Program, subject to City Council approval and availability of funds at the time of the request. In the event of termination of the employment agreement, 6 months of severance is provided to council appointees. Adopt a revised salary plan to reflect the compensation change to the city clerk classification as attached to the council report. And after all that, I will turn it over to Ms. Rush.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The City of Mountain View conducted an extensive recruitment and selection process for the city clerk position following Lisa Natush's resignation in November of 2020. And after finishing the recruitment process, Council has selected Heather Glazer to serve as city clerk. Heather rose to the top of the applicant pool and has 15 years of municipal experience, including 4 years as the city clerk for the City of Malibu, following 4 years as deputy city clerk. And the purpose of the item tonight is for City Council to approve the selection of Heather for the city clerk position and authorize the mayor to execute an employment agreement with the terms stated in the City Council report, of which the mayor just summarized in compliance with the Brown Act. And Heather is joining us tonight versus via Zoom in the audience, and I am available to council for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rush. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Rush? All right, seeing none, would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or *9 on your phone, and we will have our interim city clerk put up a 3-minute timer. And I know, as Ms. Rush mentioned, Ms. Glazer is in the virtual Zoom audience tonight. So if you would like to say anything, please feel free to raise your hand and we will acknowledge you. Great. All right. I see Alexander Brown. So if we could just pull up the 3-minute timer.
I know it. I'm a parody of myself. Yeah, I'm still gonna miss Lisa a lot. She was great, but I can't wait to get started working with you, Heather. As I feel like the city clerk's office is fantastic and does a lot to help people engage in the community and with the city. So I'm looking forward to it.
Great, thank you. All right, that's all the public comment I see. Oh, hi, Heather. I see you now. Great to see you joining our box. Would you like to say a few words?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I know you have another item of business to take up after this, so I don't want to take a lot of time, but I did just want to say that it's such an honor to join you this evening. I'm really looking forward to working with such a dedicated staff and group of elected officials that are so committed to the Mountain View community. And I'm truly grateful for this opportunity to work hard at work worth doing as Mountain View's next city clerk and connecting the community with its local government. So if anyone has any questions, I'm here, but I look forward to seeing you guys in a couple weeks.
Great, thank you so much, Heather. It's so nice to see you virtually. Councilmember Matashek.
So you ready for a motion?
Oh, yes. Oh, sorry. I thought we were we were going to have comments. Well, I just feel free. Go ahead.
So I'm going to read it because it's important. So I move that we appoint Heather Glazer to serve as city clerk for the City of Mountain View and authorize the mayor to execute an employment agreement with Ms. Glazer and to adopt a revised salary plan to reflect this compensation change to the city clerk classification, which is attachment 1 to the council report.
Thank you, Councilmember Matashek. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you. I just want to second the motion and welcome Ms. Glazer aboard.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you. I know that we'll be doing more of this later, but a definite welcome to Heather and for coming on board. And really huge thanks to Sylvia von der Linden for filling in and for putting up with us and stepping in really midstream and doing so very well with so many different complications. You have really stood out as a true public servant, and I want to thank you so much, Sylvia, for your work here with Mountain View.
My honor. Thank you. My honor.
Thank you, Councilmember Lieber. Yes, Don't worry, Ms. von der Linden. We'll have our chance to say our appreciation to you too. But thank you also to Ms. Rush for leading us through this process. Thank you to our interim city clerk, Ms. von der Linden, who is just fantastic and has such a can-do positive attitude. She always has a smile on screen, and I know a smile behind her face mask when I have to go into the office. And Ms. Glazer, we're so excited to see you in a few weeks. So I think we just need to take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Aye.
Councilmember Hicks.
An enthusiastic yes.
Councilmember Lieber.
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes, welcome, Heather.
Councilmember Showalter.
Looking forward to welcome you in person. Yes.
Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Yay. Welcome, Heather. Great. All right. Well, I think then I can close item 7.1. And I'm pleased to announce that we will have Ms. Glazer join us in April. So she'll just be here next month. So we'll move on to item 7.2, which is our parkland dedication or fees in lieu thereof ordinance amendments. I'll invite our senior management analyst, Brady Rubush. Hopefully I didn't butcher that too much, Brady, to give a staff presentation. And I know he's joined by other members of city staff, which is Ms. Lindsay Hagan and Mr. John Marchant. And I believe Ms. Artie Shrivastava will also be joining. And oh yes, and we have Ms. Angela LaMonica. Gang's all here. I'll let you take it away.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm glad I got my camera working. I was orange for the entire PRC meeting last time, so I'll get this shared and get us rolling here. Okay, so I also want to thank all of the staff that have joined us tonight and really gotten us to this point tonight. As you can see, it was quite the team. Back at our first study session in October 2019, staff received direction to update the ordinance in 2 phases. Phase 1 is being addressed tonight, and Phase 2 is expected to be conducted after the 2020 census is complete and we finish a Parks and Recreation strategic plan so that we have the data points to update these other parts of the ordinance. So, for calculation certainty as part of Phase 1, at the study session in October 2020, Council supported an update that includes getting an annual appraisal study that we anticipate to be adopted by resolution with the master fee schedule and take effect July 1st of every year. In coordination with that adoption of the master fee schedule this year, all of the ordinance updates that are being brought forth tonight are also being proposed to take effect on July 1. So we want to be clear that tonight's amendments are proposed to take effect July 1. And then lastly, on the right side of the presentation, we are making small modifications to staff processes to further document project-specific parkland requirements throughout the review process. The second significant update as part of Phase 1 modifies the credit section to go from having 2 open space credits to having 1 open space credit for privately owned, publicly accessible POPA open space. It will be 75% the value of the land, with a minimum size of 0.4 acres, and it will be applicable citywide. We've also proposed some additional design and operational requirements to establish clear expectations while providing some room for creativity and flexibility. Under the proposal, POPA open spaces will need to be 100% comprised of the elements listed in this table and meet each element's minimum size or service level requirement. The maintained natural habitat space had its canopy coverage requirement lowered based on direction received from council and community input. The alternate element was addressed as a separate section at the last study session for the purposes of discussion, but has been included as an element in the table for the update. The purpose and requirements remain the same for the alternate element, though. The alternate proposal for a POPA open space, it can fall under an alternate proposal application if it is greater than 1 acre in size. And falling under the alternate proposal provides additional flexibility in design and elements due to the size of the space. So alternate proposal could utilize 2 alternate elements or something to that effect. There are 3 important pieces to the term and maintenance for POPA open space. First, the property owner would own, design, construct, and maintain the POPA open space. Second, an easement would be recorded on the property for public accessibility and be tied to the land. Third, an agreement between the property owner and the city will be established for each POPA open space, and this will clarify the maintenance requirements and all rules for future modifications. Updates to the application process for affordable housing and historic resource credits are just adding some clarifying language. For the POPA open space application process, the update includes 2 1-mile radius analyses. One of these is for demographics and one is for park and POPA open space elements to help the developer, help staff, and help city council ensure the design and elements meet the needs of the community. We have also included some additional smaller amendments in the update tonight, really just to update some language, clean up some code references, and then make sure we comply with recent state legislation. 8 accessory dwelling units were updated in the zoning ordinance in October, and so this is just the second phase to bring the entire code, or this entire chapter of the code into compliance. In addition to the council report, staff provided an overview of the process and timeline for design and construction of city public parks due to questions raised while reviewing the timelines and benefits of POPA open space. This section was strictly informational and does not impact the ordinance update. Lastly, we have the recommendation from the report, which I can bring back up later if council would find it helpful, but that concludes staff's presentation.
Great, thank you so much. So we'll turn it back to council to see if there are any questions. Does anyone have any questions related to this item? Councilmember Matacek.
Thanks. I do have a couple of questions. In the ordinance, it says that it can be up to a 75% credit. And so I was wondering, like, how will we decide if it's something less than 75%? Is there a criteria for that? Or why is it up to 75%?
There is not specific criteria in the ordinance for why it would be lower. I think it's really just to provide council discretion when these spaces come forward. And if council felt that an open space wasn't quite worth the 75%, but something about it, we really like the design, it added to something else in the community, then maybe a smaller credit could be given. But there is not clear guidelines for what dictates lower than 75%. It's just for discretionary purposes for council when they're reviewing these different open spaces.
Okay. Thanks. And actually, you answered my other question in your presentation, so I'm good. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councilmember or Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate Councilmember Matacek's question because I had an interest in how the POPA concept works or doesn't work with some of the streamlining review enabled by state law and perhaps city procedures. So that's interesting if there's a discretionary component to allow up to a 75% credit. So if a project were to proceed under a streamlined process like SB 35, would they be entitled to the 75% in credit if they were proposing a POPA, or does staff intend to generate some administrative guidelines that would help, create some criteria, I think like Councilmember Matacek was talking about, for when it would be appropriate to go up to 75% or less?
Yeah, so as part of the streamlining laws, ultimately, for example, if an SB 35 project was submitted to the city and they wanted to include a POPA open space, if they can demonstrate compliance with all of the application requirements and all of the criteria and objective standards that are outlined in the ordinance, then ultimately city staff would have to consider the 75% credit. There wouldn't be a discretionary component because the streamlining law doesn't allow discretion. So at this point in time, city staff hasn't been provided direction to consider criteria for a credit, but that could be feedback that council could provide.
Okay, that's fair. So then the discretionary element only exists when there's council review, and that discretionary element exists because it's an alternative mitigation. Is that right?
Correct. The credit is essentially an alternative way to meet the city's requirements.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. A couple of, I don't know if you've had a chance to review some of the letters we got. There were a number of letters submitted quite late, but I wanted to ask about two in particular. One was the letter from the BIA, which included very detailed administrative guidelines, and cursory reading suggests that those appeared fairly reasonable. Will staff be developing administrative guidelines like those, or something different?
Is this in reference to the what they were proposing? I believe that one was for the appraisal study and the review of it.
Yes.
I'm gonna see if Angela LaMonica can take that one, our real property program administrator.
Good evening, Vice Mayor. I'm Angela LaMonica, the Real Property Program Administrator. We've had the opportunity to look at those recommendations from BIA, and we will incorporate some of them, and we're just going to have to review it a bit further. So an appraisal study will be ordered on an annual basis. And in that appraisal study, it will give us a range of values based on the density.
Okay, great. Thank you. That sounds good. And then the final question, there was another letter, I can't remember from whom, that suggested incorporating a discretionary fee deferral for, I guess, extenuating circumstances, and I guess allowing, if memory serves, payment of the in lieu fees at the time of the receipt of certificate of occupancy. Is that something that staff has looked at, and do you have a recommendation why that would be reasonable or unreasonable?
So yeah, I think the letter kind of outlined, as you said, deferring payment to essentially prior to occupancy. So there's a couple things at play with that, I guess, proposal. One is currently our ordinance doesn't actually allow us to sort of collect fees at that point in time. So that would potentially be something we'd have to address as a text amendment. Additionally, and I think this is much more of a policy kind of conversation, but in deferring the parkland fees to prior to occupancy, there's sort of two things at play. One is really deferring it to that late in the process is heavily reliant on staff collecting that money at that time and not forgetting about it in any fashion. And so that's a lot of the reason why our current process, we try to collect fees prior to building permit issuance when there are so many eyes on it from city staff's perspective. So just procedurally, that's something to think about. I think the larger question, though, really is collecting fees later on in the construction of the project only defers further out the city's ability to plan for and to start design of the parkland spaces. So it just sort of has a ricocheting effect, I would say, in the timeline of us being able to prepare those open spaces.
And if I may step in, it's not only a matter of the design and construction of that specific development, but it's also an opportunity to take some of those fees and put toward other projects that are in that area, so in that planning area. So there could be a delay of other projects as well.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hicks?
Yes, thank you. I have a question about dimensions. There's, in the proposal, there's a, correct me if I remember it wrong, I can only put one screen up at a time here, but there's, I think, a 100-foot dimension on each side proposed I'm wondering the Middlefield park system that we just reviewed. It looks to me like some of them would not fit that, and so I'm wondering if that's maybe less flexible than I would like. But I'd like you to, because I'm questioning my own analysis of this. So I'm wondering if you, like I'm seeing, so for example, the Ellis Park, the plaza portion is 120 feet by 200 feet. So those are both 100. The linear portion is 90 feet by 800 feet. So it seems like although that's a large park, it wouldn't be able to be counted. And I'm just, also the Hetchy Linear Park is 50 feet wide. So I'm wondering if I'm getting that right, that some of those would not fit the definition in the ordinance.
Yeah, so if I could jump in specifically about the Google Middlefield Park. So I think a couple things to keep in mind is that project's still under review. So part of the interest of city staff is to work with Google and making sure that those spaces comply with what we've identified. So ultimately, if council adopts the ordinance with the 100-foot dimension, then we would go back and work with Google on trying to get that space. And Google's aware of that in terms of the Ellis Park. In terms of the Hetchy, so that is identified as an actual city owned park, public park. So it doesn't necessarily need to meet the dimensions identified as a POPA. So that space at 50 feet wide is what we identified in the precise plan.
Okay, thank you. I can bring up more when we have our discussion, but I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
And if I could just add to that, correct me if I'm wrong, Lindsay, but the linear park also, we put that in there because of its location with the Hetchy and kind of future city plans or potential city plans. And so that kind of has a greater service than you would say maybe a POPA would, or a greater long-term plan for it. And I also just wanted to highlight that a 100-foot by 100-foot square is 0.22 acres. So if we're looking at 0.4 acres of space, we'd be looking at larger dimensions. And so this would just be one side on that larger space.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Showalter?
Yeah, I want to follow up with that 100 feet by 100 foot minimum. I'm a little confused by it. Clearly, you're stating that there needs to be a section of the park that's 100 by 100, which is about half of the 0.4. But it seems to me there could be offshoots to, I mean, things come in very odd shapes sometimes. Seems to me there could be offshoots that were connected to the 100-foot by 100-foot or greater area that actually were valid open spaces. I can imagine a tot lot, for instance, could be on a much smaller space than that, or a picnic area, or, so I'm wondering at the, as Commissioner, as Councilmember Hicks said about the need to be so restrictive. Are there really, does that really do a better job for the design of parks?
So thank you, Councilmember Showalter. When staff began this process, we were trying to provide clear guidelines through this process for developers so that they could meet POPA requirements. And through that discussion, we were trying to identify what could be a minimum size. We were concerned about a very linear park being proposed that didn't provide enough public access and elements to make it seem like a public park. So this was staff's recommendation. We saw this, we actually created this recommendation prior to seeing any of the proposed POPAs through developers. So if there is a desire on the part of council to make a change to that requirement, we are willing to take that into consideration as well.
Okay, and then I have one more question, and that is, what happens if I think I know what happens if the project is approved and they pay all the fees, and then something happens. There could be, the economy could fall out or something, and the project doesn't go forward. I'm presuming that all those fees get returned to the developer, or they go through a process. How does that work?
Since we collect the fees at building permit issuance, if a building permit's issued, the project is considered sort of valid. Now, a couple things could happen in that scenario. I think our past experience, oftentimes a developer will sell the rights to another developer to pursue the project so they could proceed. But once a building permit's issued, if the project does unfortunately fall apart entirely and no one moves forward with it, as long as the money was collected, in good faith, which it would have been, then the city has the right to utilize it, per the requirements that we have for parkland fees.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, I'd like to turn it over to public comment. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide public comment on this item? If so, please raise your hand using the button in Zoom, or press *9 on your phone. And we'll have our interim city clerk, Vondra Linden, put up a 3-minute timer. All right, John Hickey.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Mayor and council members, it's nice to see you. My name is John Hickey. I'm a director of development for Summerhill Homes. I want to start by thanking staff for the time and the effort that they've put into preparing these proposed amendments. In particular, I want to thank them for reaching out to the home building community to understand ways to improve the current ordinance. As you know, park dedication fees are typically the single largest impact fee that the city imposes on residential projects. Park fees can be a major factor in whether new projects get built, and that's particularly true for projects on sites that are being converted from commercial to industrial use. In other words, sites that don't involve displacement. We support most of staff's proposed changes to the POPA credits. The proposed changes, I think, properly recognize that smaller public open spaces with focused amenities can serve an important community need, although I would echo the questions that were being asked by council members a moment ago regarding whether there's a better metric for ensuring that parks are adequately sized rather than simply a 100-foot minimum dimension. We also strongly support staff's proposal to use an appraiser to establish uniform land values and to publish those values in the city's fee schedule and honor the fee calculations for 2 years following tentative map approval. We've advocated for these changes for years because they provide the type of clarity and uniformity and predictability that the development community really relies on. There is one additional change, however, that we'd strongly urge the council to make regarding the appraisals. As we explained in our letter to the council in October of 2019, and again in our discussions with staff, the appraisal categories should be based on location, not on density. As currently drafted, the proposed amendments would establish appraisal categories based on the density of land use, so different for higher density versus lower density. But this really just ends up discouraging the type of residential density that the city needs in places like El Camino and in the East Wisman area to address the jobs housing balance and meet the city's RHNA numbers. We propose instead that the city should establish a single uniform value for each of the 10 planning areas that are identified in the city's Parks and Open Space Plan. That would allow the city to take into account the cost of land needed to provide a park near the project, but without discouraging residential density. Again, we want to thank staff for their work on this issue, and we respectfully request that the council approve the proposed amendments with the revisions that we recommend. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else liking to give public comment? All right, I don't see any other hands, so I will bring it back to council for deliberation and action. Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Oh, I do see. Oh, Councilmember, I was going to make a motion. I don't know if Councilmember Hicks had any comments, but I guess I'll go ahead and make the motion, and then we can take comments after that. I don't think I actually, do I need, well, I'll go ahead and read it. And my motion is to introduce an ordinance of the City of Mountain View, amending Chapter 41, parkland dedication or fees in lieu thereof, ordinance of the Mountain View City Code relating to parkland dedication to be read in title only, further reading waived, and set a second reading for April 13th, 2021. And I just would add that I want to thank staff for the work. I was reading in a staff report. I guess we've had 4 study sessions on this, and then some with PRC and whatnot. So this has been deliberated extensively, I would say. I appreciate the comments that we've received, but in light of the fact that we have discussed it quite extensively, I think staff's recommendation is solid. And, everything, this is new. Again, we do a lot of new things in our city, which is great. We'll see how it goes. We can always tweak it down the road. But as I mentioned earlier in our study session too, I think that in light of the fact that we've discussed this quite a bit, I'd like to move forward with these changes to the policy and see how it works out. So with that, I will make the motion. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Hicks, I saw your hand next.
So yes, I would second that motion if I could make a couple of friendly amendments. One is that the dimensions be modified a little so that something more like 70 or 80 feet, I think would lead to rectangles or other shapes that might, I think we just saw in the previous item that I thought those were great parks. And I think that to fit around the different kinds of land situations that we're going to find, I would like a little more flexibility than what we're seeing in this. That was my main objection to the whole. Everything else I pretty much like. And I did do a cursory review of POPAs kind of in other cities, and most of them are much smaller. So even with say a 70-foot dimension, I think we're doing much more than most cities are doing. So that was one thing. And the only other thing was, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that one of the elements was picnic tables with barbecues. And I think that in a more, am I getting that wrong? With kind of more urban environments, I don't think all of them require barbecues. So, and most of them that I've looked at in a number of cities, they often are more like cafe tables or in the woods, smaller tables. So a little more flexibility around the picnic element was the other one, was the other change that I had wanted to make. And beyond that, yeah, I agree. We've talked about this a bunch. I think it's a great improvement and to what we've offered, and that also I just think it's really important. There was an article, a CNN article just today, that saying that more Americans are dying in the prime of their life, and one of the main things they attributed that to was inadequate parks in cities as they grow. So I really see this as a very important measure to address that. And those are the 2 tweaks that I would recommend.
Okay, Councilmember Abe-Koga.
I actually would like to stay with my original motion. I appreciate Councilmember Hicks's comments, but I would note that this is to get the 75%, up to 75% credit. If there's, I guess I looked at it as to get that amount, but maybe I should ask staff to clarify, could they get some credit, not 75%, but perhaps lower if they don't meet the 100 by 100 foot dimensions?
Sorry, Brady, did you want
to? Go ahead, Lindsay.
So I think the way we set it up in the ordinance, these are all sort of minimum requirements. Yes. So they would have to meet the dimensional requirement. And just, I guess, one follow-up comment, just sort of in response to Councilmember Hicks' comments about wanting kind of alternate elements. That's why we have that category as well. So If somebody wanted to propose cafe tables and other things, they could pursue that alternate element option.
So I guess my question is, could you get, let's say, 60% or 65% credit if you're not at 100 by 100?
Not the way it's currently written. The way it's currently written, it's a minimum requirement to even qualify for any percentage, and then the percentage would be discretionary based on what council would decide for the credit.
Okay, and then the 100 by 100 is when you mentioned about half of the 0.4. So you could attach another piece that could be 50 by 50 or something less, or some odd 75. I don't know, some other not 100 by 100, and attach that to the main 100 by 100 parcel to get the 2.4. Is that right?
Well, I think the way that the ordinance is currently written, it's a minimum on all sides, 100-foot dimension.
Mm-hmm.
So if council really wanted some additional flexibility, we could, maybe add that language in there. But as it's written right now, it's a pretty firm on all sides requirement.
So then if to get to them from 0.22 to 0.4, if you had, let's say, a rectangle, and then you add another rectangle of different dimensions, you still could you count that as the sides, but with the attachment to it?
Honestly, I think the intent is to look at the overall dimension. So if it were sort of this, I guess, as you're saying, a square next to a rectangle,
right.
We're looking at the fact that, east-west, that's at least a minimum 100-foot, and then north-south, that's a minimum 100-foot.
Uh-huh.
I think, I don't know if that addresses your kind of question there.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking, as long as it's 100 by 100, well, I guess it could be 100 by 200 or whatnot, but could you potentially have 100 by 100 piece and then another piece that's like 50 by 150 feet or whatever the dimensions are, but to attach to that main square is the question. Or are we just really looking at squares and rectangles?
So, Councilmember Havikoga, just to confirm, any dimension that's less than 100 can't be included. So if the dimension's 50, the part that goes all the way up to, that's 50 can't be included. So whichever way you measure it,
mm-hmm.
the width, the length, it has to be at least 100. So if you had 100 by 100 and then you try to attach 100 by 50, the part that measures up to 50, that rectangle will not be included as written.
Okay. All right, thank you. Yeah, at this point, I'm going to stick with the original motion. If it fails, that's that's fine. But I think that there's a reason for having the larger spaces provides more options on how to use it. Again, this is credit. We didn't have this credit we were giving before. So it really has to be substantial, I would say. And so in light of that, I will be staying with the original motion. And if Councilmember Hicks, you're not able to second that, perhaps someone else would be willing to, or not. Thanks.
Right, I'll hold off for now.
Okay, well, I see Councilmember Matichak's hand raised, so we'll see if we get some information.
I absolutely will second that motion. And you could have a triangle. Like we do have 2 parks that I can think of that are triangles, and that would be another shape it could be. Thanks. Oh, actually, I had comments too, come to think of it. I do want to add that I felt like I had a really good discussion with staff about concerns I had about this whole program, and were we doing everything we could to prevent an issue down the road in terms of the property owner wanting to change something about it, given all the conversations we're having right now about land that's via the joint use agreement. And I felt very comfortable with staff's response. And I'm going to paraphrase it here, but feel free to add more if you want to. The fact that there would be an easement that is recorded, and so that makes it, pretty permanent. And also, we would have a standard agreement that could be tweaked for individual circumstances, but in general, in that standard agreement that we would start with, it would cover things like, if you want to make any of these changes, such as access, change to the elements, anything that would, like circulation, things that would change the ability for the public to use the open space, it would have to be approved by the city. I don't know if you have anything else you want to add to that, but because of that conversation, I feel more comfortable with this change to our ordinance. Did you have anything you want to add?
I think
I'm looking at.
Yeah, the only other thing I would clarify is, or I guess tack on to what you're saying is, because these POPA open spaces, they would be going through the same public hearing process and public meeting and design process as the project itself. So there's definitely opportunities for public input. Additionally, because it would be approved formally by council, as Councilmember Matichek's highlighting, any kind of major changes to any of that site design or elements, that really would be a modification to the previous approval, and so would have to go through a permitting process or kind of public hearing process to be reconsidered by council.
Thanks.
Yes.
I see that our community development director has joined us, so just want to turn to Ms. Shrivastava in case she would like to say something as well.
Councilmember Matichek, I just wanted to sort of make a small correction about the triangle shape. I think we're going to have to measure any part whose width is not 100 feet. So the points of the triangle, some of them may not meet the 100-foot width. And so I think it's a lesson in geometry. There might be portions of it that may not be included. So just wanted to make that slight correction. Ultimately, it'll all depend on the way the park is designed. Rectangles are easier to measure. But sometimes there are points that might have less than 100 feet in width that may not be included in a park design. So,
but if it does go to a point and there's 3 sides, like I was thinking of, isn't Thaddeus Park
the geometry? And we can look at it that way, a little more flexibly. Yeah. We were looking at any one dimension being at least 100 feet. So that if the points meet, then, and the 3 sides are 100, there's a way to include that. Maybe we can put that in our interpretations as opposed to requiring a certain width along the entire way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, so I had a motion and I believe a second, and then Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I have a friendly amendment, and that's related to recycled water. I'd like to make sure that all of our future parks are plumbed for the use of recycled water. We don't have recycled water coming to all parts of the city yet, but someday hopefully we will. So I'd like them to be plumbed that way so that, when the recycled water gets there, it's just the changing of one valve. Is that acceptable?
I'd like to ask staff the feasibility of doing that at this point in time.
Yeah, so we, when that question was raised, city staff consulted with our, Public Works Department. Currently, our city code limits the ability for the city to ask for recycled water to the North Bay Shore area where recycled water exists. So for us to expand that, would really require much more of an undertaking to amend sort of the utility code section of our city code to allow that, which is really outside the boundaries of this parkland ordinance amendment and chapter. So I think from staff's perspective, This would not be an appropriate place for that kind of request, but it could be considered, if council wants to bring that up as part of a work plan moving forward for staff, then that's something we could consider.
Great, thank you. So yes, I'll just keep the original motion as is. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Some other thoughts have been put out there, but I haven't heard a majority on those. So does anyone else have any comments, or shall we try to vote on the motion on the table? Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I really think that there to me there's two reasons that we've done this ordinance, and of course I haven't been part of all the conversations, so maybe there's lots more, but basically it's to remove barriers that there have been for housing because the park fees are so high. And I think this ordinance does a great job of that. I'm really pleased to see the appraisal and the appraisal process and it being set so that they can make that is set much earlier in the process than it used to be. That just gives the developers so much more certainty, and that should remove that barrier. But the other thing I think it's supposed to do is function as an incentive. If there's anything we've learned in the last couple of years after listening to the fiasco at Cooper Park and all the stuff about Mauna Loma, everybody loves parks, and they don't really care who owns the park. So I think that we want to provide incentives to get these POPAs. And I also think that they really do have a big advantage to the city and to the developers because they allow for underground utilities. And like the one on Ellis Park is hopefully going to have a reservoir for recycled water. And that will be, a real amenity for everybody. So I feel like it would be the incentive is we're just not being flexible enough with the shape. I think we should require that there's an 100 by 100 shape, 100 by 100 section, but that other parts of it wouldn't necessarily have to, each section wouldn't have to be 100 feet. As Council Member Hicks was discussing. And then the other thing is that I would really like to see an option where for large POPAs, like over an acre or over an acre and a half, we could consider 100% credit. So for those two reasons, I'm going to be voting no on this specific rendition of it, and I hope maybe we'll go through a couple rounds.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments? All right. So why don't we just see how we do with the motion that's been presented, and if we need to, we can come back. So I'll turn it over to Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify with staff. Staff is going to come back on the issue of the shapes or not under the current motion.
I think council's understanding of the current motion is that it would be what is drafted in the ordinance presented in the staff report.
Okay, I wonder if there's some way, those of us who would like to support the issue in general, but do feel like there could be some additional flexibility in terms of what Councilmember Showalter and Councilmember Hicks have mentioned. If we could somehow possibly divide the question or take a vote on that question first. Because I think if we just have, some of us voting no because we'd like additional flexibility, then could be sort of a waste of time.
Okay. So Vice Mayor Ramirez, I do see your hand. I think something that I think some of us may have received a staff briefing on this topic, and one of the things, and I'll just, I guess, interject a little bit, that I guess made me feel comfortable with the staff recommendation is that there have been our 4 study sessions on this topic, and that there is room annually, I think, to reevaluate, or staff had mentioned that there was going to be other opportunities for us to kind of implement and see if we should make any additional amendments. And I think that staff has shown us that in the kind of cleanup amendments that they're also adding to the ordinance as they've been looking at it. So I guess that's where I have a little bit of comfort in that. I feel like this can continue to be refined. Vice Mayor Ramirez, and then Councilmember Abekoga, and then back to Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm confused by where staff is landing on this, because I earlier, RT, I think you had mentioned being able to flexibly interpret the language to allow for some, irregular shapes or dimensions less than 100 feet. And then Lindsay, you said that we would maintain the language as drafted, which wouldn't allow for that. So I'm curious, how do you intend to operationalize this flexibility that it sounds like you would be comfortable including related to dimensions?
I just wanted to clarify, in the example of the triangle, if each of the dimensions of the triangle are at least 100 feet, right, they would be included in the calculation. Of course, we'd need more area in order to make up the 0.4 acres, but that's essentially how that was the flexibility, and not just looking at sort of the minimum width running along that. I wish I could draw and show it to you, and the way we look at setbacks and things, but that's where the flexibility is. The number is still 100, but triangles could be included as long as the side of a triangle is 100 minimum. That's essentially what I was clarifying. But we were not, as written, it wouldn't let us look at lower dimensions.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. That's helpful. I fundamentally, this is a good ordinance. I think the amendments are solid, and I appreciate the work that staff has done on this. I don't really have a good sense of to what extent reducing the dimensions will have, a significant impact on the POPAs that are created. I'm open to that. I don't like arbitrary numbers, though, as I think everybody knows at this point. If there's an alternative, a motion to amend to pick a number, I'm open to those ideas. But if there isn't a motion to amend, I'm going to support the motion as proposed, because I think it's a good start.
Thank you. Councilmember Abekoga.
So I think someone tried to amend the motion, and I declined the amendment. And I go back to one that we have discussed this extensively. Two, this is staff's recommendation, and I will defer to them. It's also, I believe, gone through PRC. So if this is what is being recommended, again, I agree with you, Vice Mayor. I don't want to pick an arbitrary number at this point in time, and that's really why I prefer to stick to staff recommendation. And in terms of incentivizing more development and making it easier by I think we're doing quite a bit already, from going from requiring in lieu fees or park land dedication to giving credit for POPAs. I mean, that's a huge, to me, that's a huge concession, and 75% I think is really big. And so I don't think this is gonna, it may, it may deter folks, but I think we're going from where we are to quite a bit in terms of concessions. And so at this point in time, I'm not really inclined to do much more. Let's see how it plays out for, a year. I don't know what our check-in is, but let's see how it plays out. I just look at this as the other piece is the annual valuation. That also, too, in my mind, is going to lessen the city's intake in terms of park and lieu fees and even land dedication. So I think we're making a huge concession here as it is, and that's why I'm inclined to stay with staff recommendation. Thank you.
Councilmember Lieber and then Councilmember Hicks.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I also really appreciate staff's work on this. I got a pretty exhaustive briefing from them, which I really appreciated. And it really settled certain issues for me in the sense of I had an overall concern about POPAs relative to the experience of some other cities and how they age over time. And I want to respect their work and the work of the PRC as well. But I think it might be possible to have kind of an informal agreement to keep looking at the issues raised by Councilmember Showalter and Councilmember Hicks. And I think, sometimes just in the spirit of collegiality and comedy, it's good to, keep looking at those things and maybe move on with the motion as it is. And I appreciate Councilmember Abe-Koga's explication of that. But to sort of continue to look at those issues as a commitment, I don't think would take anything away from any of us. So I'd like to urge that.
Councilmember Hicks. Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
Thank you. So I'll be brief because we have gone over this quite a bit, but one of the things I really appreciated in my briefing was the idea that staff brought up that we could continually tweak this. On the other hand, we just went over the Google Middlefield Park plan, and that had some specific applications that don't fit what we're doing right now. And I thought those were great parks. And kind of very big. So in the spirit of not wanting to continually go back and redo things, I mean, I think that whole master plan will have to be reviewed and maybe changed in a way that's not as good as it is now. And so to me, the idea of tweaking it in a year and then having to go back and review the plan we just did the study session on, I would prefer to learn from what we just did the study session on and go down to like an 80-foot rather than 100-foot dimension. But I may be the only person who wants to do that. That's the way I see this. I think that it would save council time and staff time. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to go to Councilmember Abe-Koga, and then we have a motion and a second, and I think it's worth seeing if we can try to see if there's a roll call vote for that, if possible. So Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you. I just wanted to try to incorporate Councilmember Lieber's comments about some kind of continuing to discuss this. And so I wanted to ask staff, is there a timeline that you could suggest to bring this back to council to review how it's working and see if there's any revisions that need to be made?
So at this point, it's my understanding that there's twofold to get to our next phase 2 that Brady had brought up earlier in the presentation. And it was staff's inclination to, when we come back with phase 2, maybe there is an opportunity for council to review the steps we've taken to date with phase 1 if necessary. But really that's the timeline we were looking for. And at this point, it may be fiscal year 22-23 that we would be coming back with that phase 2.
Okay. Then if I need to add that to the motion that we bring it back at the time phase 2 is brought to council, hopefully that will satisfy some of the concerns that were raised. I will add that to the motion. And then in response to Councilmember Hicks, I appreciate that that you know all of these development plans, they know the policies, they know the guidelines that we set forth. So it's up to them to either follow them or not, especially if you're starting out fresh with 40 acres, you can move things to fit our guidelines. So I'm not inclined to change our policies for a project. I would expect the project to follow our guidelines and our requirements. And so I will add that if the seconder would be willing to support the addition of the check-in.
I do support the addition, thanks.
Okay, so the motion's been amended to include the check-in when the phase 2 comes before the council. Councilmember Showalter.
Well, I do think that's a big improvement, but another thing I'm concerned about is the Google development. But I think that's a big improvement, and that would be approximately 1.5 years from now. Is that what I understood correctly?
Sometime in fiscal year 22-23, we would be bringing this back is our estimated timeline.
So that's like 18 months to 24 months kind of thing?
It could be, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to see if we can do a roll call vote. So I'll ask our interim city clerk, Vondra Linden, to do a roll call vote on the motion of the staff recommendation by Councilmember Abikoga, seconded by Councilmember Matichek, with the amendment that we include looking at recycled water and what were your amendments, Councilmember Hicks? Looking at the items that the council. So I'm trying to incorporate. Sorry.
I think it was just, if I could interject, I think it was just a check-in.
Just a check-in.
With
okay.
phase 2. That's what I heard.
Okay, so with the amendment of a check-in during phase 2 to discuss. All right. Interim City Clerk Vondra Linden.
Councilmember Abikoga.
Aye.
Councilmember Hicks.
Oh, I'm so on the fence. Okay, I'll go with no.
Councilmember Lieber.
Aye.
Councilmember Matichek.
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter.
No.
Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Kamei.
Yes. All right.
Motion carries.
Great. All right, so I think the motion carried 5-2. Is that correct? All right, great.
Correct, Mayor Kamei.
Great, thank you very much. All right, so I think this concludes item 7.2. So we can move on to item 8, which is council, staff, and committee reports. Do any council members have anything to report here? Councilmember Hicks.
So I don't have something to support, but I did want to bring up the issue of mobile home rent control. I'm thinking that now that the Bull House case is resolved and we're about to appoint a new group of RHC members, that it would be a good time to move forward on this issue. The Rental Housing Committee and CFRA staff have worked through a lot of the implementation details. So I'm hoping that council can pass an ordinance that staff and the RHC can administer. And I would like to council to consider agendizing that as soon as possible. And I'm wondering whether I'm wondering whether other council people have any opinion on that and would like to see it agendized soon as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. I'll turn it over to City Attorney Chopra and City Manager McCarthy for a response.
Yes, I think first, this item 8 is an opportunity for council members or majority of council members to decide or not decide whether to agendize the topic. So it'd be most appropriate for the balance of council to discuss this item further, and then I can weigh in on the implications of that and the details, and so can the city manager.
Okay, so I see other hands raised. So I'm going to ask if your hand is raised about the topic Councilmember Hicks just brought up. So Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I, like Councilmember Hicks, I think that we've gone through all of the necessary background work and all of the machinations, and I'm very mindful that this is a topic that has come up for a very long time on council, for more than 20 years. And I think it is time to get the show on the road and to move it to a council vote and to move it towards implementation. And this is something in particular at the current time really impacts our residents and community members here in Mountain View. So I very strongly support agendizing this item and moving ahead with it. It's the expectation that the community has.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I think it's a good idea to move forward with this. The city council could adopt the ordinance, and then the RHC and the supporting staff could administer it. I think the time has come to move forward on this.
Councilmember Matichak.
I guess I have a question for the city manager. This is on our work plan, isn't it? So I guess do we have to agendize something that's on our work plan?
Thank you, Councilmember Matichak. So yes, this is on council's current work plan. So what council will be asked to do in your next meeting next Tuesday is to consider the items that are still unfinished on that work plan, which this is one of them, which would ostensibly roll over to the next work plan. So you could decide tonight whether you want to prioritize this project as part of all of the other work plan items, but it has been on the work plan in terms of, I believe this also came to council at the beginning of 2020. So the agendizing it is more of a formality, and I would ask the city attorney, since it is on the work plan, and if council prioritizes this, I think it's a matter of staff basically coming back in April, which is the intent, to tell council kind of what all of your projects are going to entail, the timing of all the projects, the implications. So that's how I envision this being worked out, and this item could certainly be part of that. And I would just ask the city attorney if he agrees. I know it's a lot of the work from his staff.
Yes, and that's correct. I meant to point that out earlier. This is an item that has remained on council's work plan. It certainly could be, if council's desire is to prioritize it, that's something our office could do our best to work to make it get done expediently. But there's also implications from the community development department staff. I don't know if RT is still on the line. Our office is one attorney down with a staff member on extended leave currently, but we're certainly flexible and can do our best to accommodate council's desire to prioritize this item. I couldn't say for certain what a date would be to bring the initial study session or the initial discussion, but certainly we want to be flexible and work to accomplish council's goals if that's council's desire.
I would just second what both the city manager and city attorney have said. We're certainly willing to prioritize it. And I think we're gonna, I can't give you a date right now. We might have to confer and figure out the best time to be able to bring something to the council in a study session for review.
Mayor, if I may, and Councilmember Matachek, just clarify the process of what's going to happen for the work plan. And you all will receive the staff report on Thursday for next Tuesday's meeting. So what's essentially going to happen is on Tuesday, the 16th, you all will be presented with all of the projects that are on the current work plan that are rolling over or that have been deferred. You'll also be presented with items that staff has heard council raise over these last few months. And what the intent is to essentially ask council if there's anything you want to take off of that. And then between March and April, staff is going to basically analyze those projects on the work plan, what all the implications are, the amount of collaboration, the amount of work that needs to happen between several departments, and then come back to you all in April with all of those recommendations for the work plan. So what I'm outlining tonight will be in the staff report when it's published on Thursday. So it'll be clear to council and the public what that process is going to be. So I think we are going to have to examine this project along with all of the other items that CDD and city attorney staff are working on. I would note that we are also filling some really critical vacant positions right now in CDD, the housing manager being one of them, who would be leading this project. So there are a lot of other really critical projects underway right now that we'll just have to assess what the trade-offs would be. So that's what we would intend to bring back to council in April, just so that you're aware of the realistic workload trade-offs.
Councilmember Hicks and then Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, so part of what I saw this discussion that we're having tonight, I saw it as a way of, certainly I don't want to go faster than staff could go or put staff in a position that's, you know, uncomfortable or untenable, but just to, I think it would do two things. First, it would clearly prioritize it. And then set among all the other competing things or many of the other competing things that you might be doing. And then second, it would kind of, you know, we are not in the latest council meeting we've ever had. It would kind of pull it out of the discussion from next week so that we can just get this decided and prioritized now and hopefully have a simpler discussion next week if this is something that, you know, all or most of us agree that we want to deal with in an expedited way anyway, because as Councilmember Lieber has said, this has been dragging on for 20 years. So, the second thing is we might be able to get a few things done up front, like ask the RHC if they're willing to take on and administer this. I think maybe there are some things we can get out of the way. So this is to prioritize not faster than staff can do, but as expedited as much as possible. Thank you.
Councilmember Showalter.
Just on top of what, in addition to what Councilmember Hicks said, I think another thing is that I would like to signal that the intention of the City Council is to make an ordinance. There's been so much talk in the community about, will the RHC make the ordinance, or will we make the ordinance, or how will it be done? And I would like to signal at this point that the City Council intends to adopt an ordinance and that the RHC would administer. So I think that's the real message from tonight, not necessarily the timeline.
Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you. I really agree with Councilmember Showalter, and I think it's just a reality that staff will need time to develop implementation steps. But I don't think that something that is this long-standing should need to compete against new projects that have maybe been raised one time in a council meeting. You know, the expectation in the community is that we're going to cut to the chase at some point, bring it to a council meeting, and deal with it. And I think that we should keep faith with that expectation coming from the community, and just really move to a decision point. I know that this is an uncomfortable issue for many folks, and I think it's just something that has to be grappled with sooner or later. And it's been chewed on a lot over these past years, and I can't say that it improves with each discussion, because it's just basically the facts are the facts. And so I'd like to suggest that we move it forward tonight, and we signal our intention to bring it to a council meeting. It may not be a date certain that we know necessarily tonight, or it may need to be a series of meetings, but I think that we really just have to be able to clear this item. And there's been a lot of steps towards this. I've told innumerable community members that it's coming, we're waiting for this, we're waiting for that, we're waiting for the other thing. And it's just time when, it's come to fruition. It's better that we grapple with it and clear it, and move on with the many other things that we have to do.
Councilmember Matishek.
So I appreciate the explanation of the process and the timing of the next steps. To me, that's very helpful. I guess, I feel like I do like a sort of a complete picture of everything that is on the work plan that we said we would like staff to work on, and understanding the trade-offs and implications of things. So I guess a question I have is, if we prioritize this tonight, is that this is the number one priority, and other things that might be on given departments who would be involved in this plates gets pushed out? Or is it, we're going to fit this in as soon as we can without pushing out some like projects that are already in process? I guess I'd like to have a better understanding of that. I feel like we have signaled to the community that this is something we are going to work on because it's on the work plan.
So thank you, Councilmember Matishek. I think it's more the latter, that yes, there are some items underway, and we do have items ready to bring to council, but I believe that the city attorney and the community development director and I and staff will actually be meeting about this tomorrow. So we'll be able to outline what those steps might be. So if you prioritize it, then yes, it is essentially telling staff that this is something that you would want to come back sooner rather than later. And then we're just going to need to analyze how that might work, just with the other things that the same staff that would be working on this project are working on now. That's really the analysis and kind of the trade-offs to see what is realistic for staff to be able to do.
Okay, but not or would that include also like projects that are in the works could be put on hold if this was prioritized?
We would have to look at that. We would have to assess that. As I mentioned, there's only certain staff that would be working on this, and they're working on other things. So without knowing the full picture yet this evening, I think we would have to assess what might have to be paused, what could still be continued, versus if this has to be the one thing that everyone work on, in addition to regular daily work.
So I feel like we have signaled that this is something we want to address and have an ordinance. And we have asked for an evaluation of some of the options that we previously discussed as a council. And I do want to understand the implications for work that is in flight, so to speak, as well as new projects that are on in the queue. And so while I could say tonight, yes, this is a priority, I would feel uncomfortable saying, yes, this is a priority over absolutely everything else that we're working on. And so I would want staff to come back and say, and here's the implications of that. And then we make the final decision.
Okay, so I see Councilmember Hicks's hand up again. So I think if you don't mind, I'd like to ask a question before we kind of go into third and fourth rounds on this topic. So I guess for clarity, I mean, council is set to discuss our to have this discussion next Tuesday, where we'll be able to talk about the work plan. So and it sounds like staff will be meeting tomorrow about this topic. So I think the soonest that this item could come back would be next Tuesday anyways. So, next Tuesday. So, I think, and if Councilmember Hicks, Showalter, and Lieber are comfortable, I'm comfortable discussing the prioritization. I think that if we're going to talk about it next Tuesday, when staff can maybe give a little bit more feedback to us on like the timeline, then, and that's the soonest it could come back to us anyways, even if we do agendize it as item 8, that would be amenable to me. So we could talk about, timeline, and perhaps staff can have a week to look into our question on how we can get this done more expedited. I don't know. City Manager McCarthy, if you have any feedback on that, but that's kind of the question I have, because I feel supportive in the direction that my colleagues are trying to go in. I'm just, if the soonest meeting is next Tuesday and it's on next Tuesday's agenda, then I feel like that's 2 birds with 1 stone, right? We can talk about it then. And
so I would say so this item by itself, there's not enough time to agendize for next Tuesday by itself. However, the work plan is already going to be agendized on Thursday. And yes, this item is on the work plan for council to, approve moving that work plan forward into your next cycle, your next 2-year cycle. So it really is, just dependent on the direction that you all want to give tonight. It's up to you all if you want to prioritize it this evening, but it is going to be on the work plan next Tuesday. Yes. So you could discuss it at that time.
We could discuss the prioritization next Tuesday. Okay. So even if it couldn't make it on the agenda because there isn't enough time, because we're talking about our goals and our strategic plan, we can discuss the timeline on this topic.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I see Councilmember Hicks, Councilmember Abekoga, then Councilmember Showalter.
So I had never meant to make this the top priority over all other items. I had just thought that we could take it out of the discussion from next week and make it a priority within, and I didn't mean to displace the tentative agenda list items and rearrange everything. I just thought we could take it out of that discussion, all agree that this is going to be on our work plan and that it will be done as soon as possible given staff limits. And so we don't have to rediscuss this. Next week. And I could make a motion to that, in that. So I would make a motion that we do that we make it, that we remove it from the discussion next week. We decide that it's on the work plan and that it's a relative priority, not a priority over everything else on our work plan or on the agenda.
So I hear your motion. I guess I feel a little bit confused about removing if it's already on the work plan, to remove it, to say it's on the work plan. I feel a little confused on why we would do that.
maybe if I could offer some hopefully helpful comments. I think the topic of mobile home rent stabilization is, as the city manager clarified, is still on the work plan and will be discussed, and it is agendized to be discussed as part of a broader discussion of projects in the next work cycle. You could signal as a council with a straw poll tonight whether you want to prioritize this item and expedite it, but really there's an opportunity to do that same thing next week. So you could signal it tonight, but also it's not really, I don't see it as a matter of getting the discussion done tonight. It still will be discussed on next Tuesday's council meeting in conjunction with other items, whether that's an abbreviated discussion because of what comes out of tonight. If there's a prioritization, then it could maybe go quicker, but this will be discussed necessarily next Tuesday as well. But I don't know if that's helpful at all. You could signal a general prioritization desire tonight with the straw poll majority, or you could wait until next Tuesday and have the same discussion essentially on Tuesday.
Okay. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you. So I'm inclined to just wait till next week. It's next week, nothing's going to happen in a week. And I actually don't really understand, even if we prioritize it, it sounds like we still have to see what the workload is, staff availability is. So, you know, I'm not comfortable tonight saying it's the top priority because I'd like to see what else is on our list. I mean, I know there are other items, and, you know, I guess I would question the 20-year timeline on about this topic because it hasn't been on the city council's work plan for quite some time. There are other items that have been on for many years that have just been getting rolled over. And so, you know, wage theft is one that I can think of that I've been trying to push for 6 years maybe. So I really would like to see the whole picture before I make any determinations as to what the #1 priority would be. So I just don't think that, and especially under item 8 this evening, I have enough information to decide if it should be the top priority. So I'm going to wait till next week. Thanks.
Councilmember Lieber.
I believe Councilmember Showalter was next.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that, Councilmember Showalter.
That's okay. I just felt like the purpose for tonight's item was to basically say our interest in the council being the one to adopt the ordinance for mobile home rent control. And that's what I thought we were clarifying tonight. I thought that on the work plan, what we had was dealing with the general topic of it. And the general topic could be as we know from discussions, it could be the council adopts it or the rental housing committee adopts it. So I think that's really the point of tonight's discussion, is to signal that, yes, as a council, we're interested in going forward that way. I don't think figuring out the priority is appropriate tonight and or the specifics of the timeline, just that the thing that's on our work plan is going to be an ordinance that the council will adopt. That's what I think we're talking about.
Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I really agree with Councilmember Showalter, and I think it's, as I've had conversations with folks about this on staff, and talked about, will this have to compete with new projects? And I think the message that I've gotten is, no, this is something that has already been discussed by council. And I know that for a while we were waiting for the resolution of the court case, and that's now happened. So it does seem like it's timely to bring it back to council for discussion. I'm not sure that it has to undergo prioritization, but just signaling to the community that it will be coming to council to make a decision on this. And I think that there really is a frustration and a perception of kind of kicking the can down the road. And I know that a lot of times that is part and parcel of the governmental process, and we've taken on a lot of functions this year that we didn't envision needing to deal with. But this is an issue that has been worked through, and I think can just simply be brought back to council, and we could very easily signal that tonight.
City Attorney Chopra, I see your hand up.
Oh, I think it was still raised, but I'll just take the opportunity to respond to some comments Councilmember Showalter made. It wouldn't be appropriate tonight to get into the merits of the structure of how rent control would be adopted for mobile homes, whether it's the council ordinance or with the RHC lending support and administering it. We're not at that stage yet. I think it's because the item is still on the work plan, and that was a council consideration of mobile home rent stabilization options. I think most appropriate would be if you wanted to signal your interest in the council as taking this topic up again and agendizing it in the future, subject to further discussions at the goal setting and prioritization meeting next week, that would be fine. But tonight wouldn't be the time to get into the structure of how the ordinance, or even really who would adopt the ordinance, but it's on the work plan as a council ordinance already. So I just want to get away from talking about the merits of the regulation and focus on keeping it on the council's work plan if that's the desire, and potentially prioritization, but also having a discussion in next week's meeting. And I think that could all accomplish the signaling to the public that some council members are interested in.
Thank you, City Attorney Chopra. Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to belabor the point. So just all we can do right now is vote to agendize the discussion in the future. We can't really do much more than that. But I think getting at what I think many members of the council would like to achieve, do we have within the context of the work plan discussion next week, do we have the latitude to talk about things like expressing a preference for, who should adopt regulations if we pursue mobile home rent control, whether the RHC would administer a council-approved ordinance, that kind of thing? Do we have enough latitude within what's agendized next week already to at least provide some preliminary direction on those parameters?
Yes, I think the report is still not finalized, but that amount of detail could be included in next week's discussion to give some guardrails and some structure to what type of bring back would be appropriate, whether that's a council ordinance and a request to the RHC to administer it. Yeah, that level of basic detail could be included in next week's discussion.
Okay, so that sounds pretty good to me. I'll defer to other members of the council on whether there's more that that we might need to discuss, and that might require a motion to formally agendize. But if with what's already agendized next Tuesday, we have the ability to provide some high-level direction on those parameters, and we can also express, again, preliminarily, a sense of where this falls in the list of priorities. it sounds like we're already, teed up to have this conversation on Tuesday, and there's really not a lot of value in making any other motions. If there is a motion to make, it would be helpful, I think, to hear what it is. But I feel pretty satisfied with what we already have teed up in the work plan discussion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Ramirez. So I think we've had a kind of robust discussion. So I am not sure if there is a motion, Councilmember Hicks, or this kind of satisfies the discussion and you're, I'm not sure. I'm happy to do a straw motion if you would like, but if you could please clarify, that would be great.
Well, the sense I'm getting is that the majority of council would like to talk about it next week. So there was a motion, but I don't think it got a second. And I think that I'm hoping that at least this discussion puts it in the forefront of everybody's mind that it looks like there's a good amount of interest on council for making mobile home rent control a priority, and we'll have a more full discussion next week is my sense of this, and you can all correct me if I'm wrong.
I think you're getting some thumbs up visually from your colleagues. Yes, Councilmember Hicks. So I think that's where we've landed, which is, having this discussion kind of already highlights how this is top of mind for council, and we'll be able to kind of get into more next Tuesday, which would be the soonest that we could talk about this item anyways. And so hopefully those in the community who have felt the perhaps bureaucracy that government can bring feel like they're heard, and that we'll be able to discuss it more next week. So okay, all right. Are there any other things that colleagues would like to report for item 8? I saw Councilmember Abekoga, Councilmember Matichak, and Councilmember Showalter.
Thank you. I wanted to just mention that I was invited to join the Santa Clara County's newly formed Hate Crimes Task Force as an advisory member, and wanted to use this as a segue into just a comment. As I think folks have read and seen, there's been a rise in anti-Asian incidents and crimes. I appreciate our police department going the extra mile to recently arrest someone who had caused some of these activities, and wanted to remind the community that as council, we did pass a resolution last year denouncing anti-Asian sentiment and xenophobia, and any kind of racially motivated or any kind of crime or incident based on discrimination, frankly, of any gender, race, religious affiliation, any kind of discrimination is just unacceptable. And I also want to encourage folks, if they have experienced these types of incidents, to please raise your voices, report them. There's a reporting mechanism for anti-Asian hate at a group from affiliated with San Francisco State is conducting. It was interesting. We had our first task force meeting last Friday, and we had a kind of an overview report on hate crimes, and it was a bit surprising because it was the presenters just said that of the 15 cities in the county, only 4 have actually reported hate crimes in the last few years. and Mountain View was not one of them. And yet I know that these incidents happen. Frankly, they've happened to me. They may not rise to the level of crimes, but there are incidents. And so I think it's important for folks to speak up and speak out against these types of activities and actions. And so I just wanted to highlight that this evening and ask for the community to double down in standing up for all of our residents in our city, and to denounce any kind of discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. Just two quick ones, and that is I participated in the Santa Clara County Airport Land Use Commission meeting a couple of weeks ago, and nothing to report coming out of that. And then also I have been attending the National League of Cities virtual conference that took place over the past couple of days. And fortunately, all of those are available on demand as well for people who registered. The ones I've seen were really great, and I look forward to watching more. Thanks.
Great, thank you. So I wanted to report that we had our CHAC monthly board meeting on the 24th. And we are preparing at CHAC for Mental Health Awareness Month in May. And each week in the month of May, there will be a CHAC activity. So more information on that is coming. And then I attended my group 2 BTA meeting on the 25th. It was the first time that all the cities met wholly and completely. Yeah, and so that's it. And Councilmember Showalter, I'm so sorry. I saw your visual hand, and then
yeah, like Councilmember Matichak, I'm attending the NLC conference virtually, and it really is inspiring. One of the things that's just hitting me is how the whole tenor of what we can do as a nation for climate change resilience has just changed with the new Biden administration. It's really inspiring to hear the new appointees talk about what they're going to do. And I mean, for instance, Pete Buttigieg, who's now the Secretary of Transportation, was talking about how one of the things that would be included might be included in improvement in roads was road diets for bikes. I mean, I don't think we would have ever heard that from a Secretary of Transportation before. So that was pretty delightful. And then today we also heard from Nina McCarthy, and she's the new climate advisor at the White House level. So, I know Mountain View has been taking a very strong lead role in reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, and we should all be very proud about what we're doing locally. But it's just been really nice to hear that we're kind of jumping back on the bandwagon on a federal way. So I'm going to report that. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Sounds really exciting. Anyone else have anything to report here? All right, I will turn it over to item 9, closed session report. City Attorney Chopa, do we have a closed session report?
No closed session report tonight, Mayor.
All right. Well, thank you so much, everyone. So as you may now know, our next City Council meeting will be next Tuesday, March 16th. We will be starting at 4:30 again next Tuesday. So please remember about the earlier start time. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, mask up, and our meeting is adjourned at 9:08 p.m. Thank you. Everyone have a good night.